Yes.
Hang on a second.
Right.
I don't think I can upload something from my laptop. It's only giving me the options of Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive, and SharePoint.
Ask Olivia, perhaps.
Olivia, do you know how I can share something from my computer in the chat?
Okay.
I would put it on Dropbox and then share the link to the Dropbox link in the chat.
Okay. Give me a second. Unless, so I think I sent this in advance. So if anyone's sort of got it on their SharePoint and can share it, otherwise.
Perhaps I've got it, but I was always confident that you can share things during your presentation. Do you want me to unearth it and share it with everybody? Did you send it to me, Francis?
Well, so I think the problem is that you don't seem to be able to upload a document from your computer. You can only do it from the cloud. So I think you have to put it in the cloud. Yeah, and then upload it somehow.
Yeah, if you don't have Dropbox, and Olivia, you can weigh in on this, but if you emailed it to someone, they could, if you do have like Google Drive or Google Docs, you could create a link from that as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that because it is actually in Google. Let me share it.
Josh, perhaps you can start by introducing Francis while she's struggling with technology.
Okay, so following Effie's kind introduction of myself, I'd like to introduce two people who are going to present the first two papers. The first one to read the paper is Francis Pickworth. Francis is a third-year PhD student at the University of Bristol in the UK. Her thesis explores the role and significance of Crete in archaic Greek epic, with a primary focus on the Odyssey as a route to understanding the circulation of ideas in the Greek world during a crucial period for the emergence of Pan-Hellenic identity. Beyond the scope of her thesis, Francis is interested in the dynamics of the archaic Greek oral traditional system and its interactions with social, political, cultural, and religious systems. More broadly, particularly in relation to the construction of knowledge, truth, authority, and identity during this period. So this is this was the introduction, and then I hope that the necessary documents and informations are on the way to everybody's hands. Yeah. We can see the shared screen now.
Can you see it?
So the title of Francis' paper is Cyclic Lies, Homeric Truth, Odysseus, Cretan Tales, and the Odyssey's Pan-Hellenic Epistemology. Francis, please.
Great, thank you, Josh. Can everyone hear me okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd just like to start by thanking the Centre for Hellenic Studies and particularly Effie Karakantsa and Justin Aft for organising this conference and for giving me the opportunity to present my ideas. So thank you very much. And I'd also like to flag the handout in the chat, which should be there now, which will come in useful a bit later in this talk. Sorry, I'll just get that out of the way. Okay. So the Odyssey's status as a pan-Hellenic meta-epic that's highly conscious of the oral tradition from which it emerged and the narratives with which it competes is now generally recognised. The Odyssey appears to incorporate, suppress, alter and undermine other parts of the tradition with and against which it works in order to establish its own hero and plot as authoritative. At the same time, its own story emerges from and relies on that tradition. Also stowing a course through the oral traditional system are the so-called cyclic narratives that relate other episodes in the story of the Trojan War. In this paper, I examine Odysseus's Cretan tales as a case study for the Odyssey's self-conscious poetics, and specifically how the Odyssey portrays the broader cyclic oral tradition, and how this portrayal enables the poem to construct its own dominance as the pan-Hellenic narrative of Odysseus's homecoming. A key premise of my argument is that the false tales that Odysseus tells when he arrives on Ithaca are an important piece of evidence in understanding the Odyssey's meta-poetic agenda. Odysseus, disguised as a Cretan beggar, tells these false tales to 3 different individuals. The first to a shepherd boy, who turns out to be Athena in disguise, the second to his loyal swineherd Eumaeus, and the third to his own wife Penelope. As we'll shortly see, though consistent elements are maintained between the 3 tales, the narrative alters significantly with each telling. The changeability of the Cretan tales, alongside the fact that Eumaeus likens the Cretan to an enchanting singer or aodos of the kind he elsewhere conceives of as a mobile tradesperson, have led a number of scholars to view the hero here as aligned with the wandering oral poet recomposing in performance. The fact that the Homeric narrator characterizes the Cretan tales as many lies like true things has led to suggestions that they represent competing narratives or narrative traditions that the Odyssey is presenting as falsehoods in order to discredit them. The nature of these competing narrative traditions, however, is subject to debate. Some argue they represent an alternative version or versions of the hero's homecoming in circulation at the time of the Odyssey's composition, and this is often referred to as the Cretan Odyssey theory. Others align them with different narratives that existed alongside the tale of Odysseus's Nostos in the broader cyclic tradition, including those later represented in the poems we now know of as the Cypria, Nostoi, and Telegony, or Thesprotis. In both cases, it's often supposed that these other narrative traditions were more localized or epicoric than our Odyssey. By introducing these other narratives as false tales, the argument goes, the Odyssey asserts its own dominance over and control of the broader tradition from and against which it emerges. In this paper, I want to draw out the implications of the idea that the Cretan tales represent non-Homeric oral tradition, and specifically more epicoric cyclic narratives, by looking more closely at how the Odyssey presents the process of their composition. In doing so, I take inspiration from Adrian Kelly, who in a 2008 paper outlined common compositional techniques used by the Cretan beggar and the Odyssey poet, arguing that Odysseus here operates almost exactly like an oral poet recomposing in performance. However, noting that the stories of the Cretan beggar differ from that of the anonymous and omniscient Odyssey poet in their reliance on personal experience, Kelly suggests, building on the work of Richard Martin, that the Cretan represents the figure of the wanderer or metanast, a persona associated with oral epic poets in the Archaic period, and which acted as a hallmark of a conciliar authority. Kelly argues that by associating the stories of the metanast with the lying tales of a hungry beggar, the Odyssey is discrediting contemporary epic singers of the Hesiodic stamp. Now, I'm persuaded by Kelly's suggestion that the Odyssey holds the Cretan tales up as representative of non-Homeric traditions, but my arguments and conclusion in this paper differ a bit from his. Whereas Kelly focuses on specific compositional techniques and the narrative persona of the Cretan tales, I want to take a step back to look more broadly at a feature of the Cretan tales taken as a whole, their instability. In particular, I'll examine how the Odyssey presents the reasons for this instability and its implications for poetic truth. Additionally, while Kelly sees the Cretan tales as characteristic of Hesiodic poetry, I note that their preoccupation with the Trojan War aligns them more closely with what we'd think of today as cyclic epic. That said, I'd suggest that the implications of the Cretan tales' instability reach beyond the cyclic, making the Cretan tales potentially a generalizing paradigm of all non-Homeric epic. I'll argue ultimately that the Odyssey presents the instability of the Cretan tales as an epistemological problem, and that in doing so, the Odyssey is implicitly asserting a stability for itself that implies its suitability as a vehicle for Pan-Hellenic truth. So let's turn now to the issue of the Cretan tales' instability, and this is where the handout would come in useful if you're able to access it. As Kelly and others have noted, the Cretan tales share recurring elements. All 3 tales refer to Crete, the Trojan War, and Idomeneus, and involve a sea journey that goes wrong, while other motifs and plot points are shared across 2 tales, and this includes the false wanderings in Thesprotia of Odysseus himself. But despite these commonalities, there are striking differences between the tales and their narrative personae. One is the narrator's identity and relationship with Idomeneus. The nameless Cretan of the first tale fought in the Trojan War, but refused to serve under Idomeneus. But the second, the son of Castor, fought alongside Idomeneus and is on good terms with him. Yet the third, Aethon, is Idomeneus' younger brother and Deucalion's son, so not Castor's son, and didn't go to war at all. The reasons for his wanderings also change. The first Cretan exiles himself after killing Idomeneus' son. The second, bored and restless after his return from Troy, travelled to the Levant to raid and pillage, while the reasons for Aethon's departure from Crete are never revealed. Other recurring details are reconfigured as they move between tales. The multiple friendly Phoenician merchants of the first tale are replaced in the second by a lone Phoenician, a wicked trickster. These three tales then, though they contain shared elements, are significantly different from one another. And these differences aren't trivial. They render the tales and the personae that relate them mutually exclusive of one another. The first tale's anonymous murder can't be the same person as Idomeneus' ally, the son of Castor. And this son of Castor can't be the same person as Idomeneus' brother Aethon. This is a point that's missed by some commentators, among them Kelly himself. Despite their differences, he sees all three tales as nonetheless recognisably the same from one telling to the next, while others, though treating the tales as distinct, regard them as, in the words of another scholar, all variations on the same theme. Now, this is the kind of claim that Odysseus himself would make. Were a character in the story world to question the Cretan beggar about the differences between his tales, he doubtless claimed that he told the same story to everyone. But because we're outside the story world looking in, we're given a unique perspective on how the Cretan story and identity change between tellings, and how, though the same key elements remain, each of the tales is so radically altered from the last that they can't possibly all be true at the same time. These stories, then, are mutually incompatible, a fact that's obscure to the characters in the story world to whom they're told, but quite evident to the Odyssey's audience. By separating out the Cretan tales for its audience, the Odyssey problematizes any oral poet's claim to tell the same story. What might appear to be a single tale, if only ever seen from one angle by one audience, breaks down into a destabilizing multiformity when viewed from the omniscient perspective of the Homeric narrator. Before pursuing further the epistemological problems this multiformity poses, we need to consider why it is that the Cretan beggar tells a series of incompatible tales to his interlocutors. From Odysseus' perspective, it'd surely be safer to keep the story the same from telling to telling, especially given the likelihood of corroboration between Eumaeus and Penelope. An answer to this question might be found if, following other commentators, we turn our attention to the fact that the Cretan changes his story to suit his addressee and his own immediate needs and concerns. His first tale, of murder and ambush, appears intended as a warning to the shepherd boy, the second tale, to endear the Cretan to Eumaeus as a fellow sufferer of Phoenician enslavement and the bringer of hopeful news of his master. The third tale, that of a nobleman and friend of Odysseus, to appeal to the hero's grieving wife. The Cretan also changes his tales for more practical ends. He needs food, clothing, shelter, and information. The prominence of Odysseus' stomach, his gaster, in the Ithacan books hints at how his physical needs are closely linked to the way his story changes. So the Cretan, just like the wandering oral poet, carefully suits his tale to his audience because he must, in order to survive as he wanders from place to place. With the changeable Cretan tales, I'd argue, the Odyssey presents us with a vision of the localized nature of cyclic oral tradition played out in miniature. The different audiences the Cretan encounters within the story world produce a hyperlocality that influences the form his tales take. This hyperlocality stands in analogy to the spatial specificity or epicoricity that's often viewed as characteristic of cyclic epic. Through the Cretan tales, then, the Odyssey implies that the many story versions of cyclic oral tradition are unstable, plural, and contradictory, precisely because the wandering Aoidos tailors his songs to diverse performance contexts and audiences. Kelly suggests that the Cretan status as a metanast is a typical motif for oral epic performers of this period, and that Odysseus adopts that persona because it lends authority to his tales. But what the Odyssey reveals to its audience outside the story world isn't the authority of the metanast, but his vulnerability, and the destabilizing effect that his needy wandering has on the truth value of his tales. The Odyssey places its hero in the role of the metanastic Aoidos, who's reliant on his ability to suit his performance to his hosts. The result of this dynamic, as the Odyssey presents it, isn't a single stable story, but a confusing plurality. The radical variation between each Cretan tale reveals an important epistemological point. If, when placed alongside one another, narratives prove incompatible in whole or in part, that means that not all of them can be true, however beguiling they may seem at the time of their telling. Though any Aoidos may claim to a gullible audience to tell the same story each time, were his story versions to be set alongside one another as the Cretan tales are, an audience couldn't help but notice that each was incompatible with the others. So the hyperlocality of the Cretan tales, which is a product of the conditions under which their wandering, hungry narrator operates, serves to highlight the implications of a variable performance landscape for poetic truth. In showing its audience how the Cretan tales changed then, the Odyssey is pointing to, and likely exaggerating, a fundamental feature of cyclic oral tradition, in order to demonstrate how epicoricity produces poetic instability as a response to changing performance contexts and conditions. This instability creates, instead of truth, an epistemologically destabilizing plurality of stories that may resemble one another in some respects, but that ultimately remain incompatible. Or as the Odyssey's narrator puts it, many lies like true things. The Odyssey presents its audience with an alternative to the epistemological instability posed by these many lies, however, itself. This emerges, I suggest, in two ways. The first relates to how the Odyssey stages its absorption and control of the destabilizing force of plurality through a hierarchical narrative frame. By containing within itself both Odysseus's real wanderings and the alternatives presented in the Cretan tales, the Odyssey not only demonstrates its own mastery of the skills required to adapt to different performance contexts, but also presents a solution to the epistemological challenges this adaptability poses. It does so by using its narrative frame to single out only one version of the story as true, and explaining other narrative options as falsehoods that form a subordinated part of that overarching truth. In this way, the Odyssey demonstrates how stability can be achieved for a particular version of the tale of Odysseus's homecoming by situating it alongside its competitors within an epistemological hierarchy. The second way in which the Odyssey's own stability emerges is one that its audience can only appreciate fully when they've revisited the poem multiple times. With the inclusion of the Cretan tales, the Odyssey invites us not only to believe the implicit claim that its own version of Odysseus's Nostos is the only permanent and cohesive one, but to test that claim by repeatedly experiencing the same tale, that is, the Odyssey itself, told in the same way wherever it goes and whoever it's told by. Inspired by the Muses rather than his stomach, the Odyssey's narrator is able to offer a consistent perspective, a story that actually remains the same and can be heard by the same audience again and again. By way of conclusion, I offer an observation on the implications of the Odyssey's solution to the instability of oral epic for the kind of poetic truth it constructs for its audience. By framing the Cretan tales through the third-person narration of a disinterested bard, the Odyssey shows how mutually incompatible narratives can be reconciled under a narrative regime that finds a place for divergent perspectives under one umbrella. What results is a kind of truth that's concerned less with what actually happened than with how all versions of events can be explained in relation to one another and made to agree through their absorption into one holistic narrative frame. This frame provides all these versions with an epistemological order that is and must be hierarchical. The repetition of this hierarchical ordering through the narrative's reperformance doesn't make a claim to its veracity so much as construct that veracity. The stability the Odyssey creates for itself operates both synchronically, through the control over concurrent versions imposed by its narrative frame, and diachronically, through the repetition of that narrative. This is a stability that extends across both space and time, and is the closest thing that any poetic narrative may come to the status of truth. Just such a narrative, and such a truth, is what the Odyssey itself is offering its Pan-Hellenic audience. Thank you very much, and there's some bibliography there, in case anyone's interested.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it's my turn to say a comment on this. Well, my comment on Francis' paper, looking at instability of Odysseus' Cretan tales, was, I thought this is brilliant. According to Francis, Cretan tales as representations of other epic singers' tales distinct from the stable version of the Odyssey itself. And I was also struck by Francis' conclusion that these unstable, mutually incompatible accounts are given respective places in the holistic narrative framework of the Odyssey. Odyssey is a versatile epic. I may, inspired by this brilliant observation, I may add a trivial point that the unstable, between the three Cretan tales, one very notable unstable element is the identity of the protagonist narrator. They are carefully differentiated. But these mutually incompatible protagonist narrator of three Cretan tales, one is Iton, and the other was the killer of the Idomeneus son, and so on. But these are incompatible to each other, but they are given their relevant places within the structure of the Odyssey. So the true identity of Odysseus, which is hidden for a moment, disguised Odysseus. Remember that the overall theme of Odyssey is who is Odysseus. So this gives each respective Cretan tales their places. So this was inspired by Francis' wonderful paper. So if Francis, you want to respond anything to me, you can say something briefly.
Thank you, Yosh. Thanks very much for your comments on my paper. And I think you're absolutely spot on with that idea that, we can kind of see Odysseus himself here as sort of incorporating his many selves into this sort of overarching kind of identity that he constructs throughout the Odyssey. And, that we can kind of see that in some ways as analogous to what the Odyssey itself is doing with its sort of alter egos, if you like. And, I just always sort of think, what better Homeric character can you have as a main character for a meta epic like the Odyssey than the archetypal trickster Odysseus, whose many identities are part of who he is. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So now the floor is open. So I'd like to invite anybody's comment or question. So Justin, please.
Justin, we cannot hear you.
It's summertime. I'm out of practice. I forgot to hit the unmute button. Francis, thank you. This was a fantastic paper, and you should absolutely run with this and keep moving with it. You did a very brave thing, which is to actually dig into the lying tales. If I could show you all my dissertation proposal, which I never will, I had initially said that I was going to do a big study on the lying tales, and then it felt too big and too hard, and so I did something else. But what you've done is really great, and I think I saw in your bibliography you found that the Tsagalis piece, Christos's 2012 essay on deauthorizing the epic cycle, I'm going to point out a couple of things and then maybe ask a question. You can choose however you want to answer or not or respond, but I'd be really curious what you have to say. One is kind of a big picture question, which is, does the Odyssey, and this can't be answered simply by any of us, but does the Odyssey, if we can assign some kind of cognizance to it, because it is very meta, does it know that it is stable, or is it fearful that it itself might be lost to memory? And I just wonder how that might affect the Odyssey's self-presentation. Is it admitting that every one of these stories has to change for its audience? And then if we zoom out and think about any given performance of the Odyssey, does it also hold that anxiety? So does it feel that it is different than these lying tales, or is it of the same species of a tale that has to be adapted to its audience? That's a big picture question. That I'd be curious what you think about. And then also, I'm sure you're familiar with the discourse between meta-epic versus meta-cyclic. And it's a very technical but important argument about whether the Odyssey attempts to dominate and overwrite existing tradition, or if it similarly, if it also knows that it is absolutely reliant on competing traditions. So does it find a creative way to both use material kind of beneath and to the side of it, but also at the same time picking a particular version of a tale, you know? And then one final thing here is you may or may not have noticed, and this is where kind of my interest in the lying tales started, is that there is an interrogation that gets asked before every one of these lying tales. It's this stranger's interrogation. Who and from where are you among men? You know, where is your city and who are your parents? And you might look into some of those other instances of that interrogation to see if there is a character to the stories he tells in other instances. And one of which is the entire apologue as well. So that may fit into your framework nicely. But I am curious what you think about that first question. Is the Odyssey different than these lying tales, or is it the same?
Thank you, Justin. All three very good questions that I could probably spend a day trying to answer unsuccessfully, but I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll send you notes. I'll type some of this stuff up and
yeah, I mean, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
I'm already invested in this project, so
I'm glad. Yes, does the Odyssey know it's stable? So I think there's sort of two ways we can approach this question. One is to say that this isn't an assertion of actual stability so much as a claim to stability that may or may not be successful, that may or may not, you know, we can kind of see it as part of the general rhetoric of the competitive poet who's saying, you know, this version is the version, and whether it's just coincidental that actually stability does seem to have been achieved. Or we could see it as caught up with the context in which the Odyssey is being created and performed. Perhaps, you know, it's not chance that we have the Odyssey. Perhaps there is some sense that this version is going to be stabilized in some way. And that's not, you know, necessarily with the use of writing. It might be thinking about other kind of stabilizing forces, like some kind of institutional pressure, whether this is something that, you know, is emerging in a context of a Pan-Hellenic sanctuary, for example. And so there are other kind of sort of stabilizing pressures that mean that actually the Odyssey is going to be different. I'm not going to sort of come down one way or the other here. I suppose I would lean more towards the second option. I think it's probably not chance. And I think that the Odyssey is just so meta that, you know, there is a suggestion that it's sort of trying to do something a bit different here, which sort of leads on to the next question. This sort of distinction between meta-epic, meta-cyclic. Is the Odyssey sort of trying to overwrite cyclic tradition? Or is it kind of accepting that it's reliance on it? And I think the Odyssey isn't trying to overwrite cyclic tradition, because I think what we're seeing here is a kind of Pan-Hellenic poetics and a sort of epicoric poetics, and they're not mutually exclusive. They, you know, they interact, and actually they require one another in order to have some kind of identity. I suppose if we're sort of using, you know, sort of individual identity as a kind of analogy, as we did and as I did in the discussion with Yosh beforehand, we can kind of see them relying on each other for their special place. So in the way that the Odyssey relies on the false tales in order to put forward its own truth, so Pan-Hellenic poetry relies on the concurrent existence of more localized poetry in order to be Pan-Hellenic in a way. So yeah, I think it's not a case of sort of overwriting so much as creating a constructive tension. And then your final question was about the interrogation that happens before each tale, which yes, I think that's an excellent sort of thing to hone in on. I've looked in quite a lot of detail at the sort of agonistic almost exchange that happens between Odysseus and Penelope before the third lie, which I think takes us into a kind of interesting place about this sort of coded language between elites. And I know obviously your own book looks at the sort of Skerian kind of episode. And I mean, I think, yeah, it's interesting when we see the kind of true tales that Odysseus tells on Phaeacia, then we see these false tales on Ithaca. Can we connect those to the spaces, again, the spaces in which they're being performed? So Scheria is this sort of, quasi golden age, magical place where everything is kind of ideal, but it's also not real. It's cut off from the real world. It belongs to a place that can no longer be reached. And so whether we see the kind of poetics that take place on Scheria as something that is being set up as, this utopian kind of past of poetry that is no longer attainable. And actually, what we see on Ithaca is the kind of poetics we get in sort of today's world, which, is necessarily full of sort of falsehood and uncertainty, because that's what life is like now. But that's, just sort of some initial thoughts on those two questions.
Beautiful initial thoughts. Yeah. And one thing to think about between the difference between Scheria and the Ithacan lion tales is that on Ithaca, they can actually be verified by the auditors. And on Scheria, there are some details that can be verified, but not many, and so when Odysseus lies to Eumaeus that first time, he doesn't address the fact that he arrived on a particular ship, because what if somebody goes and checks that detail out? Like, where is your ship? And so lots of little details like that start to emerge in those lying tales. So it does kind of speak to the like he is in a new storytelling environment where other people can cross-reference, right? And I think that fits in really nicely with your argument.
Well, thank you very much. And since it's already past a few minutes past the designated time,
I know we are not running out of time, but can I just say something? It will take please. 1 minute. 1 minute only. Okay, please. Thank you so much. Francis, it was an excellent paper. I truly enjoyed it. I'm fully convinced by your argument, so I don't have anything to say. I'll just give you a parallel if you like. I like your idea of the notion of metanast that does not actually, that points more to the vulnerability of the poet or the person that, incorporates this character. And I was thinking, while I was listening to you, I immediately came to my mind this beautiful passage at the end of the Iliad, where you have Achilles, talking to Priam just before giving him the body of Hector back. And at some point, he starts telling this tale of the two big jars in front of the threshold of Zeus. And he says, that one jar is full of evil and the other is a mixture of things. And he says that whoever gets only evil things, he or she becomes an atimiton metanastin, that is not just a vulnerable person who wanders, across the globe, but also nobody respects him. So I truly like your idea that metanast cannot actually give you any authority whatsoever. On the contrary, it's something that destabilizes you completely, and you lose all sort of any notion of respect or, So just to give you one more parallel to build up your argument, which was, as I said, completely convincing. Thanks.
Thank you. No, that's a really good point, actually. And I need to look into that more. So thanks.
Thank you very much. So now with this very rich academic exchange and good information, I'd like to round up this first paper with applause to Francis. Thank you very much. So we'd like to move on to the second paper. So the second person to present her paper is Erodi Kabarakis. Erodi is of Greek origin. and was born and raised in Belgium, where she was a classics teacher for 5 years in secondary education. She is also the founder and manager of Apostrophos, an NGO promoting ancient Greek and Roman culture through targeted workshops, activities, and lectures in schools, museums, and public venues. Presently, Elodie Kabarakis is a PhD student and teaching assistant at the University of Louvain in Belgium. Building on her master's thesis, she is investigating under the direction of Professor Charles Doyen the place of musicae as music, dance, and poetry in ancient Greek epic traditions through lexical, metrical, and narrative analysis. So we'd like to hear the second paper. I hope Elodie is getting ready for that. The title of the paper is Dressing to Undress, Learning Seduction from Aphrodite's Choral Routines, a study of the Kypria, PEG1, fragments 4 and 5. So Elodie, please. Are you ready?
Thank you, Professor Seno, for introducing me. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to each and every one of you. I'm really glad to be amongst you today, and I would like first to thank, of course, Professor Efimia Karakanza, Assistant Professor Justin Oft, and the Center of Hellenic Studies for organizing this great event, Kyklos. Kyklos, the circle, will be at the heart of my presentation. And how exciting! My presentation, Dressing to Undress, has Aphrodite in its center, as she is represented in fragments 4 and 5 of the Kypria. In fragment 4, the Charites and Horai, as you may know, are dressing Aphrodite with beautiful clothes dyed in flowers, while fragment 5 depicts a singing chorus of the nymphs and the goddess. She is on her way to seduce Paris and win the famous beauty contest. First, from a compositional point of view, I will highlight the cyclical elements of those two fragments and compare them with the Odyssey. And secondly, studying the content, I will emphasize the close connection between clothing and choruses and seduction. But before we learn from Aphrodite about seduction, let me perform for you the 4th fragment. And now I will just share my screen, if I may. So, Hei matamen chroi hesto, ta hoi carrites te kai horai. Poiesan kaie bapsan, en antes ieiari noisin, hoia porus horai, ente crocco entu akintoi, ente ioi taletonti, rodu teniante calo. E he dei nectareo, entambrosia iscalucessi, aitessi narcissu callipnou. Hod Aphrodite, hora espanto iais, te tuomenna heimata hesto. So, as you could hear, the fragment is mostly dactylic. But most striking, however, is the ring composition of fragment 4. Indeed, it starts and ends with Heimata Hesto. Horai is also repeated in the first verse and the last, forming a perfect chiasma. Moreover, anthesin in the second verse correspond to the 6th verse, to aithesi. Verses 3 and 5, on the other hand, have in common ente croco and nectareo, which are phonic echoes of each other, since they contain precisely the same consonants nu, tau, kappa, and rho. Finally, at the heart of the ring composition, between the trochaic and ephemeral kaisurai, is the rose of Aphrodite, Rhodu. According to Martin Steinruck, a ring composition must contain a cyclic image that works as a self-reference of the bard to his own composition. It can be a spiral, dine, can be a crown, Stephanos, as we will see later, or the verb to turn, trepo. Martin Steinruck does not cite the rose, but of all the flowers mentioned in the poem, it is the only one with concentric circles, and it is right in the middle. It is also interesting to notice that we hear the consonantal group nt more frequently around Rhodu, almost as if it were its petals, tightly packed in the center of the corolla. The other consonantal combinations are probably not there by chance either. Indeed, they evoke the main themes of the poem. Kr recalls the charites, nt, the flowers, ante, and kl, the kalos, the beauty of Aphrodite. Fragment 5 is shorter. This makes it more difficult. To understand the structure. Fewer clues lead us to ring composition. The most important one is the repetition of Aphrodite's name. Repetition of Aphrodite's name in the first and fourth lines, in the same place but with a different epithet. The other clues are phonic. Syn amphipoloisi echoes nymphae, nymphu, and plexamenai recalls kephalaisi, kepele, since they contain the same consonant categories. If we follow the criterion of meaning, the fragment starts by naming the characters, Aphrodite and her companions. It repeats itself 3 verses further. In the middle, the goddesses weave wreaths of flowers and place them on their heads. And we do find the word Stephanos as a self-reference to the ring composition. The last verse of the fragment, though, does not seem to belong to the structure. Neither the vocabulary used nor the phonic echoes are significant. So now let's come to the Odyssey. I'm sorry. And explore how the metaphor of the crown is used. As Martin Steinruck pointed out, this metaphor is more frequent in lyric poetry, but it is also present in the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite and the Odyssey in the 8th book. There, Demodocus uses the crown image to denote the ring compositions, while he sings the story of Ares and Aphrodite. In this song, we find the ring composition only in 2 places, exactly where the word Eustephanos, the epithet of the goddess, appears. Indeed, in the first ring, there is a chiasma, as you can see, and the adjective Eustephanos is right at the beginning of the song. In the middle lies the crux of the problem with the word lechos, and the fact that Hephaistos' bed or marriage is dishonored, lechos meaning the bed. Similarly, a few verses later, there is another ring composition with the adjective Eustephanos almost in the center this time. We start and end with Ares thinking Hephaistos has left to Lemnos. Then we have the 2 lovers meeting in the room of the god, full of desire. And in the middle, there is Zeus, their father, whom Hephaistos expects to bring justice in this love affair. The link between Eustephanos Aphrodite and ring composition seems to be confirmed by the absence of a ring structure when the goddess and her crown are missing. The crown of Aphrodite, however, is also part of her attire. And this is what we will study now in our second part in relation to the choruses and the art of seduction. The crown, like the fragments 4 and 5 of the Kypria, belongs to the first stage of seduction theme defined by Korasoa in 1984, the dressing of the seducer. Many studies have considered the link between either dance and seduction or dressing and seduction, but actually all those 3 elements are tied together in hexametric poetry. This is what I will illustrate now with various examples. In the Kypria, as we saw, Aphrodite, the nymphs and the Harites form a singing chorus, once they have finished dressing. Also in the Iliad, Book 3, when Aphrodite tries to persuade Helen to join Paris, she praises his shining beauty and clothing. It is, she says, as if he were going to dance or just coming back from dance. This corresponds to the 6th book of the Odyssey, where Nausicaa washes the clothes of her still unmarried brothers and says that they need them in order to go dancing. Once the clothes are washed, she plays and dances with her companions. Moreover, in Odyssey 18, Athena beautifies Penelope before she shows herself to the suitors and to the beggar Odysseus. She washes her face with eternal beauty, the beauty that Aphrodite coats herself with before joining the chorus of the nymphs. 5 books later, Odysseus orders his followers to dress well and dance as if they were at a wedding. In the Homeric hymn to Apollo, the Charites dance with Aphrodite and other goddesses and are referred to as euplokamoi, which means as having beautiful hair. In the same way, the Horai are kalikomoi in Hesiod's works, and Ariadne kaliplokamo on the shield of Achilles. The term plokamos is interesting because it means curl of hair, but it derives from pleko, which means weave, and thus also recalls the wreath braided in fragment 5. Still on the shield of Achilles, young men wear well-woven tunics gleaming with oil and carry golden swords in silver scabbards, while the ladies wear beautiful crowns and fine linen cloths. They all dance together in a wonderful chorus. So as we can see in so many quotations, dressing, dancing, and seducing are all interwoven. They share the same qualities. What Leslie Kirk says about choreia applies to Aphrodite and her apparel. According to her, choreia increases the aesthetic value of the bodies. And this is how it inspires the audience with eros and desire and tauma, wonder. I would like to emphasize that desire, superlative beauty, and wonder are closely related to Aphrodite, choruses, and clothing, as shown by the frequent use of the adjective himeroeis, desirable, in this kind of context, or the use of the lexical field of brilliance and shine. The word tauma is also often used. So, as Leslie Kirk puts it, Greek texts resort to a remarkable synesthetic fusion of the highest forms of body value and object value in descriptions of dance and its reception. We would like to add here in descriptions of choruses of dance and clothing, since the clothes the dancers and the goddesses wear are special. They are not everyday clothes. They are shining, desirable, and wonderful. They give the body a higher value. Without suggesting, of course, any continuity, this reminds us of the modern Greek saints' festivals, where the villagers wear expensive and beautiful clothes to join the choruses. Sometimes women even wear stephania, flower garlands on their heads, as in the Kypria fragment. Thus, Aphrodite and her environment show how much body and object value are tied together, and how important it is to dress well if you want to be undressed. Seduction goes indeed with a routine of shining clothes and desirable choruses. Aphrodite's crown especially seems to play an essential role, as it is often found in ring compositions, indicating what the poet is weaving. It may not be a surprise then that Simonides, as it is attributed to him, thought of Homer as Stepaneplokos, as a garland weaver. And in order to close the circle, we would like to conclude that the crown of Aphrodite could be a new cyclic metaphor for the verse making, maybe the feminine and hymnic pendant to the image of the wheeled chariot, the Kyklos. So thank you very much for listening, and I really look forward to your comments and remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elodie. Very good. I have to comment on this. Yes, we tend to overlook the clothing and visual aspect of choral performance, I think. But I think Elodie persuasively showed that ancient Greek epic and hexametric tradition was aware of the importance of the visual clothing, including decoration elements, as very important part of the choral performance. So with Elodie's observation of the Eustephanou Taprodites, the poetic form of ring composition, which can be seen in various parts of epic poetry and also other genres as well. But when the Aphrodite's Stephanos crown is concerned, sometimes this physical shape of crown, Stephanos, may be represented, corresponded by the poetic form of ring composition. And including that, I think Elodie has successfully showed us that the Kypria fragments 4 and 5 can be seen as the very good representative of the close connection between the clothing element and choral performance. And looking at this fragments 4 and 5 of Kypria with other instances of the association of clothing and choral performance from Elodie cited from Iliad, Odyssey, and Homeric hymns. Looking at those instances and the special feature of the association of the clothing and the decoration Stephanos element of the Kypria 4 and 4 in the choral situation is that not only the colors or the shine, but also mention of the spring flowers. So this fragrance, smell, fragrant, and also reference to the nectar and ambrosia. So a rich appeal to the various sense perceptions and the choral performance that is acoustic as well. So this paper actually gave us the right perspective to look at how Aphrodite tried to present herself as desirable as possible, as she's going to see Paris to be chosen as the most beautiful. So that was my comment. So if Elodie has anything to say, you can say briefly now.
Thank you very much for your comments. I think you are absolutely right. Those two fragments really show that appeal to all the senses, and in more general context too. When there is seduction, there is appealing to the flowers, to the fragrance, and also to the immortality, which the chorus and the higher body value can also give maybe to the dancers and to mortals. So thank you very much for your comments, and I'm really glad that we could share this together.
Thank you very much. So now the floor is open. So any comments, questions, observations, suggestions? If you choose, raise hand option from your reactions, it's easy for me to see who wants to say anything. Okay. Justin, please, Justin.
Please cut me off. I don't want to always be the first to jump in, but I probably will be. Elodie, this is a beautiful paper and beautiful performance as well. I have a lot I could ask, but I'm just curious. There's when people talk about the Kypria, a lot of scholars is very concerned about the chronology of Trojan War events, and and really focused on narrative ties to how it's very Trojan War focused, right, and very narrative focused. But then what you've emphasized and brought out is that we have this really beautiful fragment that is in my memory, I remember it having a ring composition, but seeing it again and just how concentrated it is and just how symmetrical it is makes it feel to me like we're dealing with an adaptation of a different genre of song. And I wonder if you've considered this as possible evidence of a multi-generic style within the epic cycle, which would be really fascinating to think about, because Homer is, yes, it's all hexametrical, but it also absorbs lots of other genres. And this to me would be evidence that the epic cycle could be engaging in a similar practice. So I just wonder, and you can just take that and run with it, or if you've thought about how this feels generically different and substantial.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, what I've thought of, I don't know if it's what you're suggesting too, but what I've thought of is that that there are some parts of the Odyssey or of the cyclic epic. Well, I focused on Kypria, of course. Could be more hymnic. That was my idea, and that what. And it's not only my idea, of course, but exactly the Demodocus song in the 8th book of the Odyssey is more like a hymn than like an epic. So I wanted to see if that happens also elsewhere, and if we can find the same traces and the same characteristics we have in the hymns in the Odyssey, book 8. That is the object of another paper, and maybe also here in the Kypria, because it is actually very striking, this ring composition and how beautifully it works, like you said. So I don't think it's there by chance. So and of course, well, we don't have the rest of the poems, so it's a bit hard to see how it fits. But we have all those repetitions which are normally important in hymnic poetry. So that was the object, yes. Of I don't know if you were mentioning something else, but that was some parts of my thoughts.
Yeah, and I didn't have anything specific in mind. It's strikingly, like you say, hymnic, and I also wonder, if there's any tie to just women's genres that we see kind of crop up in the Odyssey with choral dance, and again, it's all hexametrical, so it doesn't jump out as if it's different, but it, in content and feel and style it is. And Sarah Olson has some recent work out on choral dance and women's genres, and this makes me think of Andromache Karanika's work too. She's got that wonderful book on women's work, but she has a really great treatment of the Nausicaa passage as being kind of a quasi dance, and it feels to me like this would fit directly into that genre as well. So very, very wonderful paper.
Thank you very much for your suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Effie's hand. Effie, please.
I'm sorry, it becomes a pattern now, but I truly need to say, few things. First of all, I truly like it, Elodie. Beautiful. You brought also about, you emphasized also the rhythm and the music. We normally forget that. We read it more, sort of strictly or without music in our minds, and you did it beautifully. And when I liked very much the idea with which you concluded your paper, your presentation, that, okay, I give you now the female alternative to the Kyklos, comparing to the Kyklos, which is the chariot, of course, of the Iliadic warrior or the Homeric warrior or the warrior of the epic tradition, which I truly like very much. Now, the second question that also, no, it's not a question, it's, a sort of comment. that Justin also raised about the interconnection, the interdialogue, if you like, between other genres with the epic genre or the cycle genre. I think because when again I was listening to you and reading again with you the passages that you read, I thought immediately of Sappho. I'm sorry to say that, but it was, I said, but this is Sappho. And then if you think that Sappho also is much earlier than, I mean, the sort of, it's much earlier than the 5th century. So it's, if I may say so, closer to the epic tradition. And of course, you know, there is a huge discussion whether Sappho communicates, is in dialogue with the epic tradition. And I'm fully, you know, I fully think that she's in dialogue with Homer. So you have brought up these beautiful elements of this tradition, which is a different perhaps or more choral than epic, but still quite vivid and quite in use in that sort of, you know, period of performances. So Sappho also was aware of all this, of Aphrodite putting on the clothing and I mean, flowers and scent and music. It's all in the, for instance, the praise to Aphrodite of Sappho. But I put a full stop here. So yeah.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. It's very interesting indeed, and I should search more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So with this insights into the generic viewpoints, and also the time is over. So we'd like to conclude with applause to Elodie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now it's time for me to hand over the chairpersonship to somebody else.
Now it's Menelaos Christopoulos who is taking over, and I need to say a few things about Menelaos. The first thing that comes to my mind is that Menelaos is a great friend of mine. So, but this is not a proper introduction in an academic environment. So I have to say that Menelaos Christopoulos is professor of ancient Greek literature at the University of Patras, and also he's the director of a very famous center for the Odyssean studies based in Ithaca. Menelaos has widely published on Homer, on the epic cycle, on lyric poetry, on a lot of things. Because the bio he sent me is a very long one, I have just I have chosen a few things to say, especially your publications, Menelaos. Where did I put them? Okay. I don't have them here. So I'm sorry. Okay. From my heart. He published on Helen. I remember that because it was on Homeric epigrams. On Light and Darkness, we co-edited that on Light and Darkness in Ancient Greek and Roman Religion. He co-edited also Time and Space. Menela, you should help me here. Time and Space in
Greek religion and culture, in Greek myth, religion and culture.
Okay, and also
perhaps the Satri play volume we did with Andreas Antonopoulos and Anton Birl.
Okay. And this is only a few of the things that he has done, but I'm so sorry. Although I copied and I pasted and copied your CV, I don't know where I put it.
Don't mind. Anyway, the reason I sent you a long bio is because I adore listening things about myself.
I'm so sorry. But the sad thing, of course, is that Menelaos, he doesn't show that, but Menelaos is retiring soon. So we're going to have a very, very big and nice conference in his honor next week in Patras. So Manela, the floor is yours, and I know that your love and involvement with Homer and the Greek epic cycle is very, very long. So you are the proper person actually to chair this session.
Thank you, Effie. I'm really honored and very glad to be part of this team. And so we have two very interesting papers now. I'll say a few words about the authors, our colleagues, and it's interesting because from Aphrodite we'll now pass to Athena, the other goddess who claimed the apple of Ares, which started the Trojan War. It's a pity we don't have a paper on Hera to complete the triad tonight. Anyway, so Yuki Seno is a first-year doctoral student at the University of Tokyo. He is interested in Homeric epics and in particular in the divine interventions in Homeric epics, which is exactly what he's going to present today. He has also worked on Thetis and Achilles and this and their interaction in the Iliad and in the epic cycle, and is also interested in Homeric hymns and, of course, in the epic cycle. Now, the title of his paper today is Athena's interactions with heroes in the Odyssey in comparison with those in the epic cycle and the Iliad. So, Yuki, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. And I'm going to share my screen. Okay. I'm sorry. Can everybody see my screen properly?
I believe we can.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start my presentation. Thank you for introducing, and thank you for the organizers here of the Kyklos. I'm so very glad to be here with you, and I'm so honored to present my thoughts here. And the title of my paper is Athena's interactions with heroes in the Odyssey in comparison with those in the epic cycle and Iliad. It has been pointed out that episodes which were incorporated into the epic cycle might have influenced the depictions of the goddess Athena in Homeric epics. Reinhardt proposed that the episode of the Judgment of Paris, in which the Trojan prince chose Aphrodite, not Hera, nor Athena, as the most beautiful goddess, may be the reason why Athena hates the Trojans. Clay, in her The Wrath of Athena, argues that Athena's wrath plays a crucial role in the Odyssey. And Danek points to the need to clarify the version of the episodes presupposed in the Odyssey. So other episodes of Athena in the epic cycle will deserve attention in order to understand her depictions in Homeric epics. Athena helps the main heroes of the Iliad and the Odyssey, respectively, Achilles and Odysseus. It is notable that there are moments when the goddess talks with them intimately, revealing her identity, while in most cases, divinities assume human disguise as they talk to humans in Homeric epics. So this paper discusses the Odyssean figure of Athena in comparison with her roles in the epic cycle on the one hand, and with her depictions in the Iliad on the other hand, especially in respect of the goddess's interaction with heroes. So the Iliad. Let us now look at Athena's visit to the heroes in the Iliad. In Book 1, when Achilles is about to attack Agamemnon, Athena comes to him and stops him by grabbing by the hair and says that she has come to stop him. And Hera did order her to do so because she loves both Achilles and Agamemnon. Here, the first thing I'd like to point out is that Athena is said to have appeared only to Achilles. It is not often that the gods appear to mortals directly in this way. So this fact emphasizes Achilles' intimacy with the goddess. Second thing, I think it is noteworthy that while Hera loves both Achilles and Agamemnon, Athena does not say that she loves both. It indicates that Athena is on Achilles' side rather than Agamemnon. The third point is that Athena tells him to obey us, that is, Hera and Athena. In the Iliad, we see many times Hera orders Athena to do something to mortals. Although the reason Hera and Athena should support the Achaeans is not explicitly stated, except for Book 24, lines 22 to 30, as Reinhard showed, we can think that Homer knows the episode of the Judgment of Paris. That said, the reason why it is often the case that Hera orders Athena to do anything is not so clear. To answer this question, let's see Athena's interaction with Odysseus. Hera here tells Athena that the Greeks are about to go home. And first, as the left quotation shows, it is Hera who complains and tells Athena to stop the Greeks, saying, speak to each man in gentle words. Sois aganois epesin. Then Athena goes to Odysseus and says the same phrase, sois aganois epesin. In the previous scene where Athena stops Achilles, Hera orders Athena to do so. Here we can see the same pattern that Hera first complains to Athena, and Athena goes down from Olympus. However, it is interesting that Hera doesn't specifically refer to Odysseus here. Thus, it is Athena, not Hera, who chooses Odysseus. The reason why she chose Odysseus is that he is the mating Atalanton, the equal of Zeus in council. Turning back to the question why it is often the case that Hera tells Athena to intervene with mortals in the Iliad, the first thing that we notice is that in the Iliad, Hera and Zeus are at odds. In Book 1, Hera questions Zeus if he has any plans with Thetis. She knows he does because she saw it, but Zeus makes her silent by threat. As it shows, there is the tension between Zeus and Hera, but the tension, however, does not become serious and is resolved with laughter by Hephaestus' comical behavior at the end of Book 1. Thus, there is no serious confrontation between the gods. Instead, it appears in the form of interference in the human world. So Athena's assistance to the Greeks is directed to the earthly world in the form of Hera's ordering Athena in the Iliad. Diomedes is also a protege of Athena. He proves his courage not by words, but by his behavior in Book 5, where Athena gives him power and courage. In this scene, Hera doesn't order Athena to do so, but Athena herself chooses to assist Diomedes. With the goddess's assist, he makes a spectacular showing. He goes so far as to wound Aphrodite. However, it doesn't mean that he's blasphemous because Athena told him to do so. She tells him that she has taken the mist, Kyklos, from his eyes so that he can recognize gods. Kirk, in his commentary, suggests that this mist over the eyes motif is a special but temporary one. However, the idea that humans have a limited ability to recognize the divine is consistent throughout the Homeric epics. Thus, this episode can be interpreted as an exception that reminds us of this universal rule. In the Cypria, Focus notes that Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena go to Paris, guided by Hermes at the command of Zeus. As I already said, it is reasonable to think that the oral tradition of the judgment of Paris is a presupposition in Homeric epics. So it is natural to assume that the three goddesses who go to Paris did so in their divine form rather than human ones. Generally speaking, the gods appear to, in Homeric epics, the gods appear to humans in disguised as humans. However, so that the gods rarely appear to humans as gods may be, therefore, a characteristic of the Homeric epics. To sum up, as we have seen, the pattern that Hera orders Athena is the reflection of the tension between Zeus and Hera in the earthly world, whereas in the Olympus world, the tension does not become serious. Also, it must be pointed out that Athena in the Iliad consistently acts so as to maximize the Greeks' heroes, namely Achilles, Odysseus, and Diomedes' excellence. Let us go to the Odysseys. In the beginning of the Odyssey, when Athena hears Zeus lament that mortals blame the gods, she invites his sympathy by saying, "My heart is torn at the thought of Odysseus." Then Zeus agrees to Odysseus' return, as he notes that Poseidon is still angry with Odysseus. Here we can see that Athena is clearly sympathizing with Odysseus. Moreover, her view of the suitors of Penelope reflects that of Odysseus. When Athena comes to see the suitors, they are sitting on the hides of oxen which they slain, ektanon. That they kill oxen to which they don't possess right clearly reflects their wickedness, as commentators suggest. The tone of the description is not a natural one. Rather, Athena's perspective is, I think, embedded. Telemachus is said to be sitting with them, feeling dejected, itiemenos. Quickly, he notices the stranger, that is Athena in disguise, and welcomes her. Athena, consistently sympathetic to Telemachus, remarks that they are hybrisontes, doing hybris acts, and she is said to expose her anger, epelastesasa. Dion comments here that the participle shows us Athena warming to her role as a shocked visitor. True, Athena is disguised as a mortal, but her pity for Telemachus, as well as Odysseus, and her anger at the suitors are evident. Therefore, I think there is more than warming to her role in her reaction. The manifestation of Athena, she flew like a bird, succeeds in giving power to Telemachus, though this is less direct than that of Achilles. Nevertheless, Telemachus' ability to recognize the gods is indicative of his excellence, and few humans can do it. But being a mortal, he is not certain which god has visited him. It is true that in line 420, it is said he knew the goddess. However, it is not Telemachus' knowledge, but that of the poet. Thus, in Book 1 of the Odyssey, we see that Athena is tuned with Odysseus and Telemachus throughout. However, there is a problem of interpreting her characterization. That is, Athena did not appear during his wanderings, as Odysseus laments to Athena. J.S. Clay speculates that Athena's anger at Odysseus is due to the fact that his knowledge is so great that it could surpass that of the gods. Danek, on the other hand, argues that Athena's anger is not against Odysseus himself, but the Greeks as a whole, reminding his audience of Aias's Ajax impiety. That in his word, Aias prevail. His disrespectful act is reported by Kyklos in his summary of Eleusis as follows. As we can see, the famous motif of Aias's dragging Cassandra. Ajax tries to drag Cassandra by force, and he also drags the wooden statue of Athena. The Greeks are so angry that they wanted to have him stoned to death, but he hides himself on the altar of Athena, and he temporarily escapes danger. But Athena plots downfall when the Greeks return home. Here, there is the philological problem whether we should take autoi or autois. The autoi is Weston's emendation in his Lobes edition, and autois is the manuscript reading. Although West prints autoi, because the storm caused by Athena was damage to the entire Greek army, I think it is better to read the manuscript reading autois. And it follows that in the Eleusis, not only Aias, but also the whole of the Greek army suffered from the storm sent by Athena. This mythological background was arguably known to the poet of the Odyssey, as it is discussed in the Odyssey's book 4:502. It is therefore reasonable to assume that Athena's anger originated from Aias and was directed against the Greeks as a whole. In the Iliad too, Athena lets Ajax's foot slip. And Kuhlmann argues that her disrespectful to Aias is also reflected here. But here it should be interpreted, as Professor Oka argues, as an expression of her fondness for Odysseus rather than her anger to Ajax. The poet of the Odysseys thus reflects in his Odyssey both Athena's anger at the Greeks as a whole and her anger at the suitors, who are the enemies of her pottage. My conclusion, as in the Iliad, Athena acts so as to maximize the hero's excellence, and in the Iliad, accordingly, Athena's sympathy with Odysseus is consistent. The poet of the Odyssey thus reflects in his Odyssey both Athena's anger at the Greeks as a whole, it was triggered by Ajax's impiety, and her anger at the suitors who are the enemies of her protege, Odysseus. The latter, as we have seen, is consistently depicted in the Odyssey, while the former is reflected in the form of her temporary absence during Odysseus' wandering. That is my end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this paper. I'll try to make some comments, although maybe we can all discuss some points. It was a very good, inspiring, and well-documented paper, first of all. The problem we have with this kind of subjects, as you know, Yuki, is that our main problem, we all have this problem when we try to use narratives of the epic cycle, which in terms of time are prior to the Iliad and the Odyssey, but they appear in the poems of the epic cycle, which are textually posterior to Homeric epics. And you were right to mention Ajax's case, because the audience of the Odyssey knows that Athena is very hostile to Ajax. The audience knows, the poet does not mention it, and officially in the Odyssey, Ajax dies not because he raped Cassandra, but because he was irrespectful to Poseidon. And the punishment comes from Poseidon and not from Athena, which is surprising when one knows but we still don't know what exactly was the story that the audience knew. Now, as for Athena and in the Odyssey, an interesting approach has been advanced by Douglas Frame in his paper Athena Among Phaeacians, which was electronically published in CHS in November 2020. It was first presented in a lecture in the Athens Circularity Society. Roughly speaking, Frame sees two aspects of Athena in the Phaeacia in particular: a more matron figure of the goddess, associated in a way with Arete, the Queen Arete, and a more virginal figure associated with Nausicaa, because Athena's will in the Phaeacia is conveyed through the action of these two women, Nausicaa and Arete. It's an interesting approach, and maybe you'll find it interesting in your work. And the final comment, we should always remember that a dialogue between Athena and Odysseus and between Athena and Achilles is actually a dialogue of Athena with the two heroes who are not bound by oath to go to Troy because they were not Helen's suitors. Odysseus started by being a suitor, but he was betrothed to Penelope, and in exchange he offered his consulting to Tyndareus, and the idea of the oath of the suitors was Odysseus. So he was not obliged to go. Both Achilles and Odysseus go to Troy because there are two oracles mentioning that if they don't go, Troy will never fall. And this is also an interesting link to our next paper, because Federico has worked on the dialogue between Achilles and Odysseus in the Nekia. So we'll talk about that later. But for the time being, I just wanted to mention, because you mentioned Athena's intervention in the Iliad and in the Odyssey, and her dialogue with Achilles and Odysseus in both cases.
Thank you.
That's all I had to say. I really enjoyed your paper.
Thank you very much.
I guess you all did. So if there are some others who want to say something, maybe you can use the reactions button of the bottom line of our screen, so I can see you. Because of course Athena and Odysseus is always a topic we'll never have studied enough. But I see that even Justin is reluctant in raising his hand. So I believe we are all scared by the wrath of Athena.
I mean,
finally.
not so much reluctant, needing a little space just in case, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a small comment. Yeah, thank you for that paper. And as you were closing the paper, just, your analysis, just immediately something clicked for me that maybe should have been obvious to me before, but you made it obvious. I think it would be really interesting to compare this, the suitors and their impiety in the Odyssey to a potential vestige of Athena's kind of wrath toward a group of impious people. I think that just as a large scale motif that would fit in multiple contexts. And then you add the fact that, that the suitors of Helen, which is an excellent point, are kind of tied to this whole arc. I mean, you can if you wanted to treat it purely chronologically and think of, Hesiodic tradition, cyclic tradition, Homeric tradition, you have these groups of people who are attracting the wrath of Athena in particular because of a marriage situation, or because of not necessarily a marriage situation, but because of impious behavior, and so I just had not drawn a straight line from one group to the other. So that might be worth thinking about. And then also like in the Odyssey as well. I mean, it is so obvious in the Odyssey that Athena is singling out Odysseus, you know, but to make that connection to Achilles, I think is interesting as well. So,
thank you very much for your comment. Yeah, I'm going to develop my arguments with your insights. Thank you.
Well, I don't see other hands. So if we want to be on schedule, we can again upload Yuki and go to our next paper. So we come to Federico Tannozzi. I'll say a few words. He's a PhD student in classics at the University of Ca' Foscari of Venice. His interest focus mainly on ancient Greek poetry and its elements, its core elements, diction, formulae, themes, and motifs. He's working on his doctorate thesis on the structure of single combat scenes in the epic, from Homer to Cointus of Smyrna. And also he's a member of the Ca' Foscari based research group called Aletheia. And now they have an ongoing project, a very interesting project, examining themes between ancient poetry and visual arts, representations in visual arts. And I believe we have a very rich material. It will make us know more about that when this work goes on. For the time being, Federico is giving us a paper. The title is About Your Son Neoptolemus, I Will Tell You All the Truth. A meaningful paralysis in Odysseus' dialogue with Achilles Psyche in Odyssey 11. Allora, Federico, prego. Avanti.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be here. So thank you, Professor Kabarakis and Joseph, for allowing me the possibility to be here, even in remote, to Professor Menelaos Christopoulos for the kind words. I will share in the chat the documents for today's presentation, and as soon as possible, I will share also my screen. The presentation. Please tell me if you can see properly everything.
Yeah, I guess we see it, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the title is about the son Neoptolemus. I will tell you all the truth. And a meaningful paralysis in Odysseus' dialogue with Achilles Psyche in Odyssey 11. Without further ado, I'll read my paper. Telling a story in the traditional form of an oral recital, as well as in a written text, is a complex linguistic act. The narrator holds a privileged direct connection to the story, that is, the signified narrative content, be it real or fictive, and through the act of narrating it in front of an audience, he or she creates a unique account of it, a signifier of the story, a narrative as it is traditionally defined in ornithological studies. The décalage or gap between the story and the narrative is the result of the operation conducted by the narrator on the narrative content, the consequence of the freedom and agency granted to the storyteller. Part of these manipulations are conscious, as the deliberate inversion of the order of events, or the choice of leaving aside bits of information, which I will argue is the case discussed in this paper. Part of them are unconscious, for instance, lapses or amnesia, or may stem from the inherent nature of the act of telling a story. This is what we may call inherent bias of a storyteller. The study of the means through which a storyteller creates a narrative out of a story is a staple of modern narratology and of classical narratology as well. Only recently, though, the analysis of literary cases of embedded focalization, that is, when the narrative is presented through the personal perspective of a character, has crossed paths with another thread of literary criticism, the study of the characterization of fictional characters. In the present paper, I will use the analytical instruments of narratology to discuss the heroic, or should I say, anti-heroic characterization of Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, in the dialogue between Odysseus and Achilles' Psyche in the Nequia scene of Odyssey 11. So the episode occurs at a pivotal moment in the Nequia and in the broader structure of Odysseus' apology to the Phaeacian king Alcinous. In the underworld, Achilles' ghost comes forth, approaches Odysseus and bursts into tears. In the dialogue between Achilles and Odysseus, we may identify 4 different speech arcs, developing A, the descent topic, that is, the reason why Odysseus came to aid us. B, the motive of the king among the dead, and the reversal of the Iliadic portrayal of the hero. C, the family topic, with a reference to his son Neoptolemus. And D, a second installment of the family topic, but this time it is referred to his father Peleus. While the contrast between the characterization of Achilles in the Iliad and its Odyssean counterpart, so point A and B, have been widely commentated as a reversal of the Iliadic Kleos over Nostos motif, the family topic, developed in part C and D of the dialogue, have attracted less scholarly attention. The questions about the genus are nonetheless foundational elements in the broader scope of the Odyssey, a poem in which the family ties within the household, represented by the bloodline, Laertes, Odysseus, Telemachus, are of paramount importance. In this perspective, the speech concerning Neoptolemus and his deeds is most relevant for yet another reason. Achilles' ghost asks Odysseus whether his son has taken part in the Trojan War and whether he has distinguished himself as a true hero. A promise. Come, tell me about my noble son. Did he come to war to be a promise or not? I quote from the Odyssey 11, 492-93. It is a request, an indirect question introduced by the formulaic expression allage, but the use of the verb ennepo marks the extraordinary importance given to the request. The degree of solemnity we find in the traditional invocation to the Muses, andramoi ennepe musa, for instance, and many other occasions. What the Homeric audience expects at this point is an account of Neoptolemus' Aristeia at Troy, a narrative with a clear embedded focalization. It is Odysseus, who is both character and storyteller. A narrative that retraces the story of Achilles' son at Troy. And indeed, this is the way Odysseus' response has been interpreted. To find something more, we shall try and reconstruct the story and then focus our attention on the point or points in which Odysseus' narrative diverges from it. Neoptolemus' narrative arc, though, is not part of the Homeric epics. Fulfilling his role as epigon to the generation of the Iliadic heroes, Neoptolemus arrives from Scheres after his father's death and rekindles the war at Troy, playing a major role in the Iliad-Persis, as we shall see. His heroic deeds belong to the broader oral tradition of the long-lost poems of the epic cycle, and it is through the extant prose summaries of these poems, especially Proclus Chrestomatia, also with reference to Pseudo-Polydorus Bibliothecae and Epitome, we may reconstruct Neoptolemus' military accomplishments. Following Proclus' summary of the Ilias Parva, Achilles' son is brought to Troy from Scheres by Odysseus. Odysseus brings forth Neoptolemus from Scheres and gives him his father's weapons. Achilles appears to him as a ghost. Eurypylus, son of Telephus, comes to the aid of the Trojans, and Neoptolemus slays him. The poem then continues with recollection of the siege of Troy, the making of the wooden horse, Odysseus' secret missions in the city, the theft of the Palladium, the departure to Tenedos, and finally, the breach of the Trojan War. No direct reference to Neoptolemus' participation in these episodes is made by the epitomists. Neoptolemus' role in the war, though, is far from over, as we meet the young hero again in the summary of the Iliad-Persis. In the heat of battle inside the city walls, during Troy's last night, Neoptolemus distinguishes himself for a rather grisly act. Neoptolemus slays Priam, who is seeking refuge by the altar of Zeus Hercules, quote from the Argumenta to the Persis. After the regicide, Neoptolemus partakes in the division of the spoils of victory. After Odysseus has killed Astyages, Neoptolemus takes Andromache as his prize. Neoptolemus' story is then completed in the Nostoi with the description of his homeward journey and his stay with the Molossians. Neoptolemus, following Thetis' recommendation, travels on foot. Once he arrives in Thrace, he encounters Odysseus and then accomplishes his journey and buries Phoenix. In Molossia, he is recognized by Peleus. To sum up, we may identify the following key moments in Neoptolemus' narrative arc in the poems of the epic cycle. A. Arrival from Skyros and bestowal of his fatherly arms and armor. B. Apparition of Achilles' ghost. C. Aristeia and slaying of Eurypylus. D. Slaying of Priam on the altar. E. Abduction of Andromache as part of the spoils of victory. And finally, F. Homeward journey overland, meeting with Odysseus, burial of Phoenix, and at the last, Peleus' recognition. To measure the distance between the story and the narrative, we shall now go back to Odysseus' account of Neoptolemus' deeds in Odyssey 11. The onset of Odysseus' discourse is a declaration of intents. He knows nothing about Peleus, but about Neoptolemus, he is eager to tell Achilles all the truth. I really don't know much about noble Peleus, but about your son Neoptolemus, I will tell you all the truth as you command. That's where the title for the paper comes from. Truth, Pasan Aletheia, and trustworthiness are key features of storytelling in the underworld. Yet Odysseus is not a bard inspired by the Muses, gifted with the ability to see and know everything. His narrative is not just focalized on his point of view. It is exclusively composed by episodes he had witnessed in first person. At Skyros, it was me who brought him on the holy ship from Skyros among the Achaeans in arms, or on the Trojan plain. I can't tell nor mention all the warriors he killed defending the Argives, just that he slayed with his spear the son of Telephus, the hero Eurypylus, and many Cataean comrades were slain for the gifts of women. And finally, inside the city walls, during the Eleupersis. But when we conquered the lofty city of Priam, he came back to his ship with his share of spoils, unarmed, neither wounded by sharp burns, nor hurt in end-to-end combat, as often happens in war. Ares' rage is blind. So for the most part, Odysseus' discourse is dedicated to the characterization of Neoptolemus as a true and worthy promise, a direct response to Achilles' question, how did my son do in battle at war? The young hero did in fact distinguish himself in council, where his advice was held inferior only to the more experienced Nestor and Odysseus, as well as in battle, where he fought in the first lines as a Promachus. Odysseus' words soothe the ghost's distress and bring him a little joy in Hades. The ghost of Achilles walks away glad for what he had about his son. If we focus now our attention on the episodes narrated, we may identify the following schema. With 1. Arrival from Skyros, 2. Aristeia and slaying of Eurypylus, 3. Participation in the Locus of the wooden horse and subsequent Eleupersis, 4. Spoils of victory after the Persis. We are now able to compare Neoptolemus' story as reconstructed through the prose summaries of the epic cycle with Odysseus' narrative in the Nequia. The gap, as we shall see, is relevant and indeed meaningful. So for the sake of simplicity, let us display the result of our analysis in a synoptic table. You see on the column on the left, the story of Neoptolemus' deeds as told in the epic cycle fragments and in the Argumenta. And in the right, you see the tale made by Odysseus in Odyssey 11. At first glance, we may notice that some parts of the story are not preserved in Odysseus' narrative. Some episodes are directly related to Achilles, for instance, the bestowal of the arms and the encounter with the fatherly ghosts, point A and B, and can be therefore omitted because they were already known to the addressee, that is, Achilles. Some others, such as those regrouped under the broad category of the Nostos tales in the cycle poems, point F, may not have been relevant for Achilles' request, as they are less connected with the tales of martial prowess Achilles' ghost demands to listen. It is, however, in the Oedipus' tale that we acknowledge a most relevant gap between story and narrative. In Odysseus' words, there is no reference to the role played by Neoptolemus in the fall of Troy, no recollection of the act of slaying Priam on the altar of Zeus, no mention of the fact that he, Neoptolemus, is the king slayer. In narratological terms, we may identify here a case of paralepsis, that is, a device through which a speaker, quote, provides less information than he actually has. Details or events are left out to be told at a later, more effective place, end quote. It is from the narratological commentary to the Odyssey by Irene de Jong. In this case, though, there is no later occasion to tell Achilles' ghost the story at full length. It is a deliberate omission, whose reason is to be found in the very nature of the slaying of the king. Priam is an old man, burdened with grief, who seeks refuge by the altar of Zeus Hercules. Neoptolemus is no match for him, and the very act of azedia perpetrated by the young against the old, by the raging Promos against the armless and the suppliant, is a stain in Achilles' son portrayal, a stain that reminds us, by contrast, of Achilles' display of mercy towards Priam in Iliad 24, a stain, in conclusion, that Odysseus tries to shroud in silence. And with the bibliography, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Federico. It was a really meticulous analysis of the topic, and with an excellent use of the relevant information provided by the poems of the epic cycle. It's true, of course, it's very convincing. It's true that Odysseus omits some of the acts done by Neoptolemus, mainly the slaughter of Priam, of course, when he was a suppliant at the altar. And we know that Neoptolemus infuriated the gods for this act, and that's why he was later killed in Delphi.
Delphi, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that this omission is deliberate from Odysseus' part. Now, as for Achilles' weapons, they are not mentioned, perhaps because immediately after in the Nekia comes Ajax' soul, who will not speak to Odysseus as he still has grudge against him because of these very weapons. You should say that, of course, Ajax is Achilles' cousin. If Neoptolemus did not exist, he was the nearest member of the family and a perfect candidate for the weapons. But Neoptolemus receives the weapons as Achilles' son. What is interesting to remember is that the Achilles episode is one of the many episodes hosted in the Nekia, and independently of the authenticity questions sometimes raised concerning the Nekia and all these things. In the Nekia, we have mention of and information about not only Achilles' son, but two other sons, namely Orestes and Telemachus. And this information deserves to be mentioned, perhaps, because it indicates that Neoptolemus' story is part of a more general narrative pattern pertaining to the fate of three major heroes' offsprings, including Odysseus himself, all in the Nekia, in the Odyssey, when Odysseus descends to the underworld. He has no information about Orestes, but the audience has. And when Odysseus talks to Achilles' soul, Andiclia has already informed Odysseus about Telemachus. All three accounts on heroes' songs are full of paralypses and errors, not only the account of Neoptolemus, which, in spite of its lacunae, remains perhaps the most extant one in the Nekia, since the audience of the Odyssey has no prior relevant information, as it has about the other two. In Andiclia's account about Telemachus, there's a famous error. She mentions that Telemachus is now a man who joins men's gatherings. The audience has already seen that in the first 4 books of the Odyssey, but by the time Nekia occurs, Telemachus is not yet a man. He's barely 13 years old. He's not a man yet. It's a famous error in the narrative of the Odyssey. Now, and the last comment is what I mentioned before, the fact that Odysseus and Achilles are the only heroes who are not bound by the oath of Helen's suitors, and they only joined the expedition because of the oracles saying that Troy will not fall without them. And this could also be, sometimes we overlook it, one of the reasons that the weapons of Achilles go to Odysseus, because he will give them to Neoptolemus. And also because Achilles and Odysseus were assigned by oracle that they are the conquerors, the winners, the victors of Troy. That was bad for Ajax, of course, but oracles are to be respected. Now, this is what I had to say. I don't know if you want to answer something. Actually, it's not comments or suggestions or whatever. It's not really.
Yeah, thank you very much, because they are really, really precious. And of course, I had in mind a broader scope on epigony in the Nequia and the role of like latecomers, so Telemachus, Orestes, and Neoptolemus bound together in the Nequia scene. And then in the end, I decided to focus on the episode of Neoptolemus deeds, because I've done a lot of research on the killing of Priam in different traditions, both Greek and Latin, in Quintus of Smyrna and Virgil, and I was interested in Neoptolemus' portrayal. But of course, there is a broader discourse to be made about the role of the sons of heroes in the Nequia, and it's really important. So yeah, thank you very much for the comments.
Oh, it was a pleasure listening to you and reading. I don't know. We are many here. I don't see hands. I was about almost disappointed, but anyway. Please.
Federico, thank you so much for this paper. I think meticulous is a good adjective to describe the work you've done. I was struck by something when you had the table comparing where the Odyssey narrative intersects with the epic cycle. One thing I wondered, this is just a small point that you can either just file away or respond to, but you know, when we think of Odysseus's audience at that moment, right? He is speaking to the Phaeacians, and they have a lot of questions about his past and his role in the Trojan War, and he's kind of doing something generically different, and he doesn't seem to be indulging the requests for his involvement in the war, and so he is automatically omitting parts of his story that we know, right? And so when he says, you know, I don't know anything about Peleus, right? I mean, just saying the name summons the story, right? And so I wonder if that is a way, if that denial is actually a recognition of the fact that we know that episode of the story has to do with Neoptolemus's return tale, and yet we are in a return tale, so let's not talk about that, you know. So that might be a way to put that in a category of several other references, oblique references in the Odyssey to, it's like, well, I'm not going to talk about this, but you've talked about it by saying it, right? And then which leads just to kind of a larger question is, what do you think, given Odysseus's current audience and his own kind of revisionary strategy, if we could call it that, is Odysseus demonstrating to his audience how these stories can be cut up into parts, or you can acknowledge larger wholes, and is it somehow reflective of what the Odyssey is maybe doing with its larger myth tradition?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. And of course, many points should have been made about like general approach to this text. So I decided, for the sake of simplicity, to try to focus just on the tale, like forsaking the aspect that it is a tale within a tale within a tale. So there is a more structured layer of storytelling inside this episode that I decided to overlook for the sake of simplicity. The first draft of the paper took into considerations many different layers. That
no, it was great. Yeah, and you've only got 15.
Too much.
So,
but, yeah, what I think about is that, of course, we have an interplay between different audiences. So the audience of the Homeric audience listen to the Odyssey, had a general knowledge of the story. So what we may label traditional referentiality or Homeric resonance, epic resonance. So just naming Peleus, of course, like at the very moment Peleus was taken into the story, the whole story behind him was relevant for and clear to the audience. But when we take into consideration like the tales to the Phaeacians, of course, it's way more complex structure of trying to tell a story without completely revealing everything. It's really, really complex aspects to take into consideration. Yeah, so this was the first thing that came to my mind, like the idea that the audience, the primary audience of Homer, had a general idea of what was happening right now, and also had an idea of what was left aside. So people knew it's not telling that aspect of the story. There's a reason behind it, and it is a kind of interplay between what the American audience knows and what the internal audience of the Phaeacians court know. That is really, really interesting to study, but it's really, really complex to disentangle.
Okay, yes.
It's the pattern. Who cannot break it? Thank you, Federico, so much, and all the comments that Menelaos and Justin also made that are very accurate and interesting comments. And I would like to take this line of thought that Menelaos started about the tales of the three sons. And of course, we all think of the epigonoi. So you have the famous generation of the heroes, and always you have the epigonoi, the guys who come next. And I truly agree with you and with Justin that you have to take into account to whom you are telling this story. Okay, so your audience, of course, your audience is there. And I'm very much intrigued within this context to think about Orestes' story, because Orestes is a very significant, although very little mentioned in the Odyssey, but the story of his family is the anti-example, is the anti-paradigmatic. And don't do that because Agamemnon got it very badly from his wife, or, you know, Agamemnon and Clytemnestra are the counter-examples. And Orestes might be, of course, I'm not saying that he's a counter-example, but the whole story functions as the counter-example of the Odyssey. And I truly like your idea about the paralysis And this is always an argument I use in my classes when I talk about, for instance, tragedy, okay? Why, although this is a very known detail of the story, why the author, the playwright, does not mention it? There is a significant point why the author doesn't mention that version of the story, that detail of the story. I truly like that, and I fully agree with you. You have to take into account why he does that, because he wants us to think along certain lines of narrative and thought and all that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that they are on purpose, actually. All the elements of the story and what is taken out of the story is made by design. So, and
of course, this is also a connection with a lot of traditions which are there, and you pick up every time you pick up what suits you, and you build up on that particular version of the story that you want.
Concerning Orestes, of course, Orestes functions as an example for Telemachus. They tell him, you see what Orestes has done. What are you doing while your father's house is offended? And,
exactly. It's a very significant, I think, presence. Orestes' presence is very significant in the Nikeia. Yeah.
And the Odyssey is very careful to not engage with the matricide directly. You know, and so you could look to Neoptolemus, or like an omission in the Neoptolemus story as being very similar to that. So Odysseus is engaging in the same strategy as he is, you know, but even though we all know it, right? So that would be an interesting parallel, I think.
Yeah, great.
Well, I believe we're on a schedule, Effie, okay? Do you agree?
You are wonderful. So far, everybody's wonderful. We keep on schedule. Can I just say something? Now we think we have the break, a 15-minute break, or not? Yes, according to the schedule. After we come back is Elisabetta, who is taking over and chairing the session. But also Greg told me, just wrote me a few minutes earlier, that he's going to join us nearly at 10:15 Boston time, which is 5:15 Athens time. So if you like to be back sharply on, 5:15 Athens time, or whatever time is 15 anyway, so that Elisabetta can start and take over, and we might have Greg either sharp on 15 or a bit later. And I truly want to thank everybody. You've been wonderful so far, and I hope to see you again in 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, we can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. Hi.
No
I
worries.
said to Christos and Joel and Phoenix. No, we said I didn't properly welcome you because you joined it slightly later, so that's why. Now it's Elisabetta Pitotto. I might not pronounce your name well, but you'll excuse me. And I'm very glad to welcome you, Elisabetta, because you're a newcomer to the Kyklos, and we're very happy to have you. Isn't it so, Justin?
Very happy as well.
Yes.
So Elisabetta sent me a very short CV bio, and I'm just reading aloud. And in the parts where you have Italian language, you'll excuse me again, doesn't matter. So Elisabetta teaches literature of the classical world in the Department of Foreign Languages and Literature and Modern Cultures at the University of Turin, Torino. Her main areas of interest are ancient epic and lyric, under the metrical and historical points of view, and as far as their reception is concerned. Among her latest papers, we can mention La strofa sappica fra sintassi e contenuto, dati per un'indagine preliminare. This is in the very prestigious Quaderni Urbinati di Cultura Classica in 2022. Potere imperiale romano e strumenti eulogistici greci. And they are the figures in English, Elisabetta, 860 to 886. E Orazio, Odi 4-2. Come casi di studio, this is in Arts and Humanities 2022, and Il leone e la volpe, una metafora animale per due laudanti pindarici, Quadernos de Filologia Classica. If I butchered your titles, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you haven't. Don't worry.
She's part, and I like this part of your CV. She's part of the directive committee of the Club di Cultura Classica, for which she is in charge of the annual seminar on the theatrical season in Syracuse. I'm sure this is a very fine experience to have. So, Elisabetta, the floor is yours. You can present your contributors, and it's up to you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Effie, and thank you, Justin, for having me join this very interesting project. I'm very glad to have had this chance, and I hope to be part of it in the future as well. Well, before the break, we had stopped by hinting at Orestes and his paradigmatic, anti-paradigmatic use within the Odyssey. We are now resuming our work with a session which will deal with this very theme in great detail. And the first person I have the pleasure to chair is Luca Fiammingo, a PhD student in philology, literature, and performance sciences at the University of Verona, where his supervisors are Professor Gerardo Ugolini and Professor Andrea Rodighiero. His research project is titled Revenge, Justice, Guilt, and Responsibility in Attic and Fragmentary Tragedy, a study of dramatic legal language. It aims to examine the theatrical transpositions of ideas and notions of the Athenian law in the classical period from a philological and linguistic point of view, demonstrating the role these legal concepts play on stage. His paper today will deal with the archaic vengeance system applied to the case of fathers and sons in the Odyssey and in the epic cycle, but with some hints to tragedy as well, given that it is one of his main fields of expertise. And I'm now introducing Luca Fiammingo to deliver his speech, Rules and Exceptions of the Archaic Vengeance System, Retaliation and Retribution of Fathers and Sons in the Odyssey and Greek epic cycle. Please, Luca.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation and your introduction to my paper, and thank you to the event organizers for this exciting experience. So, I'm looking to share my desktop, but I can't. Okay. Can you see my file presentation?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to start from the first point of my handout. This is the archaic context of vengeance. The Iliad and the Odyssey describe the moral values and the social organization of a world where the police and the law did not exist. Nevertheless, a set of social rules exists and was basically respected. And the fundamental norm was an obligation to react to any offensive behavior by taking revenge on the offender, the so-called retaliation. But revenge was not an uncontrollable personal impulse. It was a regulating social norm with specific rules, as attested by this Iliadic passage from Book 9. We can read that the close relatives of the victim, the fathers, the sons, were obliged to take revenge, and the blood price, poine, that is the material, but not necessarily retribution or compensation offered by the offender for the homicide, was to be considered as an alternative to revenge. And those who accepted were no longer entitled to take revenge, and the offender could remain in the community without more the risk of suffering revenge or going into exile to avoid it. So family have renounced revenge because they have received an alternative compensation and the public recognition of their family social superiority. But in this paper, I just want to focus on different exceptions to this mechanism of retaliation described in the Odyssey and in some fragments of the epic cycle. And this approach will offer me the possibility to explore some intersections between the Homeric and other early epics attested in the later Greek literature. For example, we can begin with the insistent symmetry suggested in the Odyssey between Telemachus and Odysseus' revenge on the suitors and the story of Agamemnon's death avenged by Orestes. The poet establishes an ethical background, according to which those who like Orestes take vengeance receive fame and glory, in Greek kleos. And regarding the death of the suitors, the poet uses Orestes' story to make Odysseus and Telemachus seem to act as agents of justice. This is to ensure the unethical interpretation of retributive killing that will be the basis of Odysseus' revenge. But from the beginning of the poem, Athena assists Odysseus in planning his return and taking his revenge. But her intervention on behalf of Telemachus is equally direct and, in my opinion, much more intensive. This is evident when she recalls Orestes' story to instill courage and decision in Telemachus in the first book, with words that are similar to what Nestor will say to Telemachus in the third book. But as we can read from these lines, despite Athena's support, Telemachus fails to convince the assembly to be on his side, and he can now only warn the suitors that if they transgress the norms of his household, they will be punished. So in these lines, we can first observe the real scheme of revenge and retaliation for which a son feels the duty to avenge his father. Two formulations used here by Telemachus, for example, in the line 379 and in the formulaic case, second book 144, mention a prayer to the gods and the hope that Zeus will allow Dosi in Greek, and this do not allow the suitor's crimes to be punished. But it seems to me that there is not any explicit reference to the direct intervention of Zeus, and this do not exclude that the death of the suitors could be enacted by Telemachus himself. And this is clear when we read these lines from the third book. In fact, Telemachus is only the close relative of the supposed dead victim, that is Odysseus, as we can read from this other passage from the second book. But in this sense, we can compare two other passages from the second book, which stress the strong assertion of Telemachus' individual intent with the triumph of the active element, and above all, the transition to the social implication of his revenge, now more similar to Orestes' one. But Telemachus says another thing. The suitors shall be die nepoinoi. Scholars interpret this adjective in different ways, as we can read in this slide. And I follow Lefebvre's reconstruction of the semantic evolution of apoina, material compensation, and its privative nepoinos, literally for which no apoina, no material compensation is paid by the offender. So Telemachus not only doesn't give the suitors the opportunity to offer any retribution as alternative to revenge, but also prevents their relatives from the natural retaliatory mechanism of vengeance. And this is exactly what will happen when Odysseus refuses any form of compensation from the suitors. And in the final book, when Athena cast the divine amnesia upon the relatives of the killed suitors to make them forget the duty of revenge. But the similarities between Telemachus and Orestes could be even more striking. Orestes seeks revenge for his father's murder, but there is not mention of retribution or retaliation on the part of the relatives of Aegisthus, who also, as it were, died nepoinos. However, Aegisthus and Clytemnestra had children, and according to Pausanias, the first passage, the poet Sinaethon had wrote that Penthilus, Orestes' illegitimate son, was born to Aegisthus' daughter Erigone, but only Orestes' legitimate son, Tisaemenus, became the ruler of Mycenae. Unfortunately, since we don't have other information about Sinaethon's work, we do not know why he mentioned both of Orestes' sons, and above all, why Orestes had a love affair with the daughter of Aegisthus, Agamemnon's killer. So, looking at the role that Erigone assumed in the traditions of the trial of Orestes before the Areopagus, where, according to a version of the myth, this is the version of Apollodorus, she was one of the accusers, but Orestes was acquitted without her being able to avenge her martyred parents. So it is possible to hypothesize, but some caution is warranted here, a connection to the epics of Sinaethon, probably the first to tell the story of Erigone, who had tried to avenge her parents according to the same logic of retaliation attested in the Homeric poems. But this is my personal interpretation. Probably Erigone's choice to have a son by Orestes could have taken a posthumous revenge involving the next generations of Orestes' household. However, according to Pausania, again, the sons of Tisaemenus and Penthilus ruled together over the Achaeans. It is interesting that the same comparison between Telemachus and Orestes is taken up by Euripides in his play Orestes. So here Orestes mentions the example of Telemachus in order to justify his matricide. And it triggers the fury of the Erinyes, who seek to avenge Clytemnestra. However, as we can read from the second book, lines 132-37, Telemachus also risked being haunted by his mother's furies. In fact, if he had saved his mother from marriage, removing her from Ithaca and sending her back to her father Icarius, Telemachus would have paid back a great price to Icarius himself, suffering evil from him. To this, it would be had the curse of the Furies invoked by his mother and the blame, nemesis, from other men. But I think that these lines demonstrate Telemachus' fears of the social indignation at his behavior, with an implicit reference to the idea of retributive justice suggested by the poet, with the mention of the Furies. And this is another passage where nemesis appears, and the definition of this noun, according to the Liddell Scott Jones, who insist on the meaning of retribution aroused by injustice. And in this passage from Odyssey 22, in fact, Odysseus announces his view of the justice of the punitive retribution he's about to exact upon the suitors. But after the massacre of the suitors, their relatives gather to contemplate a violent response. In Odyssey, the final book, Eupites tells all the other suitors' relatives that revenge is necessary to avoid eternal blame and the social disgrace. And this is based on the principle that dying unavenged, nepoinoi again, was considered a terrible thing, worse than death itself. So Odysseus wishes to punish the suitor's hubris. And even in this case, Odysseus is aware that killed all the suitors, if he wants to avoid death, that is the retaliation promoted by his victims' close relatives, he would have to go into exile. Eupekropheugoimi. After killing all his wife's suitors, Odysseus meets his father, Laertes, who is all too familiar with the dynamics of blood feud. And he tells his son about his fears of the suitor's relatives' retaliation. However, in this other passage from Odyssey 22, Eurymachus tries to stop Odysseus from his revenge and offers an alternative to violence. This alternative is nothing more than a socially acceptable offer of poiné, to cite Almog, that is the blood price. Eurymachus says that the suitors are willing to pay material compensation as penalty to Odysseus, but Odysseus refuses Eurymachus' offer of compensation and reconciliation. And in the lines 61-64, he makes it clear that he prefers revenge and retaliation over any sort of compensation. So it's evident that Odysseus is not only refusing the customary convention and the social norms regulating revenge, but also lacks proportionality of his responses. And from this point of view, it is interesting to explore if and how the Homeric description of Odysseus' violence and, above all, his rejection, but also fear of the social norm of retaliation, influenced the Greek tragedians. The passage of Euripides' Trojan Women shows how the poet probably recuperates a motif test in the fragment 31 West from Cypria, and for the first time, at least as far as we know, attributed this to Odysseus. The logic of this saying is that sons are expected to desire and seek revenge for their martyred fathers. It can be dangerous for a killer to allow them the opportunity to do so. This proverbial statement demonstrates the link between blood vengeance and the social duty of retaliation. And the verb is leipein. So I believe that this proverbial statement is already implied in this passage from Odyssey 3, lines 196-97, where Nestor utters that it is a good thing for a man to leave a son behind to avenge his death, and the verb is again leipo. But this epic motif reappears several times in Euripides' tragedies, for example, in Euripides' Andromache, where the verb is again leipein, and always in context in which the motives for such child killings are prudential and to avoid subsequent vengeance and stop the mechanism of retaliation.
Luca, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say, if you could please go to the conclusive remark of your paper, because you know that we are almost out of time. So I'm very sorry. I let you give all the major points of it, but now I'm afraid you have to go maybe to the conclusion. We could perhaps go back on that during the debate or later on, okay? Thank you.
No, thank you, Professor, and I'm sorry for the late. So my conclusion is that family vengeance in the Odyssey is not always based on respect for the retaliation mechanism, and the Homeric passages describing the revenge of Telemachus and Odysseus reveals the combination of retributive success and the ideal of reciprocity. But the most important thing that I would like to say is that the comparison with other literary genres that take up motif text both in the Odyssey and in the poems of the cycle, inherent to the theme of revenge and applied to different contexts, helps us to explore not only strong similarities between several epics, but also to find new strategies for the study of Homeric passages and their reception in the later Greek literature. I thank you all for your attention, and I'm sorry again for the late.
No, Luca, no worries. there's no a long delay. I thank you for your detailed, documented, very engaging paper. And I think that you succeeded in clarifying the archaic vengeance system, defining some very important legal and poetical concepts. And well, as for the symmetry between Telemachus and later Odysseus' revenge and Orestes' revenge, I start by saying that I do agree with you. And what is interesting, in my opinion, is that in order to do so, the Homeric poem has to gloss over some fundamental elements of Orestes' story and identity, and Justin has anticipated some of this in his comments before. In Odyssey 1, there is no reference to the aporetic node, which is central in Aeschylus, that is, of a son who has to kill his own mother to avenge her killing of his own father. And on the contrary, the blood link between Agamemnon and Orestes is limited to two very traditional epithets, Atreides and Agamemnonides, and nothing is said about the blood link between Orestes and Clytemnestra. The actions of Orestes are portrayed as the ones by a rightful heir who has come of age and is now trying to get back what should be his. And there's a line central to this interpretation, Odyssey 141, Opotanan ebese tekai esimereta ayes, a line which I quote now, and I'm not dwelling on, since it is strongly connected with the theme central to Christos' Frozenakis speech, which I'm going to listen to shortly. And well, to sum up, I think that the whole Oresteia tale seems to be told from a point of view, which here is less family-oriented and more political-oriented. And I say this because this could offer you an interesting starting point should you wish to compare in a further study of yours, the Oresteia as told in the Odyssey, and the Oresteia as told by Aeschylus. And to my intervention as a respondent, I go back to the social background on which you place your remarks on retaliation. And I want to point out that once again, some hints might be found in Orestes' stories told in the Odyssey as well, because in Odyssey 309, the verb used to refer to the banquet, which has the funeral rites for Clytemnestra and Hephaestus, is dainomi, which in the existing Homeric instances always implies an official lunch or an official dinner publicly held in order to celebrate or commemorate something. And it is the wording itself, therefore, which evokes a communitarian context. And I think this could be interesting to a link to your paper. And I am now finished. I don't know, Luca, if you wish to respond yourself, to add something to my comments, or if we can briefly open a debate before letting Effie take the chairpersonship again and introducing our guest of honor.
I thank you again, Professor, for your comments on my paper, and I agree with you. And the paradigmatic role of Orestes' story in the Odyssey is very important. And I was surprised when I found similar examples in Euripides' tragedies, for example, and. I have to say that these intersections between different forms of epics and literary genres could be really a form to another instrument to study and to understand some passages, for example, Euripides' Orestes, or the passage of the Trojan women that I wish I could to talk about maybe in the debate, in the questions of the others.
Yeah, so thank you, Luca. If there are some questions for you, I was wondering.
Justin, aren't you going to raise your hand? You did.
I think at this point I'm obligated to, right? I just had a brief question. You mentioned, you mentioned the presence of a proverbial statement, at work, and so this is a very large scale question, kind of as a compliment to your very detailed, excellent paper. How might you, if we have this proverbial expression in a Cypria fragment and we see these kinds of things happening in Homer and in tragedy, how might we go about drawing a kind of a straight line connection between perhaps cyclic epic and the Odyssey, or is that something can we even do that in this instance, and do we have to treat it as just kind of a traditional motif at work that everybody is picking up on, or do you think there's actual influence going on between corpora there?
Thank you, Professor, for your questions. I think that we have to start from the hypothesis that the ancient Greek well known these intersections. So even if we find difficulties in finding some similarities or maybe far contacts between these texts, I think that the study of tragedy, for example, a study of 50th century tragedies where the character of Odysseus, for example, is one of the main characters, could be a real help to interpret these intersections. And I found, for example, I found a similar occurrence in Attic prose in speech of Lysias, the 18th, where the orator uses a verb that is used in Herodotus' passage from the first book, and that passage of Herodotus is clearly inspired by the fragment of Cypria. So intersections exist, and it's our duty to explore and to try to clear and light over them.
Oh, well, thank you, Luca. I'm glad you had a chance to say something about what you had to quote. Thank you again for your excellent paper. And now I'm letting Effie share again.
Thank you very much, Elisabetta and Luca, but I cannot wait to say that Greg has joined us, and probably Greg does not need any introduction whatsoever. Everybody knows him. And if I was, sort of asked to introduce him, I would have said, he's a friend, and that's it. But because this is not a way to present somebody in an academic meeting, Greg is the Francis Jones Professor of Classical Greek Literature and Professor of Comparative Literature at Harvard University since, if I'm not mistaken, Greg, since 1966. And and since 2000, and you have been the director of the Center for Hellenic Studies at Harvard, in Washington, D.C. But I think you sort of stepped down a few years ago. I'm not sure whether it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
2 years.
2 years ago. Now, Greg has published so widely that I'm not even attempting to say all the list of his publications, but I'll just mention some of my favorite. For instance, Pinton's Homer, okay, or the Homeric Questions, or Plato's Rhapsody and Homer's Music, or Homeric Responses, Homer's Text and Language, Homer the Classic, my favorite Homer the Pre-Classic, and of course, the Ancient Greek Hero in 24 Hours, which I have it here, sitting on my desk. But this is not the most important thing about Greg. I think what one should mention about him and feel very grateful about him is that his vocation in life is to make classics popular with everybody. He popularized classics. And I will just mention that this book, which is the outcome of an online course, it was offered back in 2013 by Harvard, the Ancient Greek Hero, which thousands of Harvard students had taken over the last few decades. And it's not only Harvard students, but this course, online course, opened to all over the place, I think, Greg, and you have something like, or you had something like 20,000, 27,000 students all over the place, all over the world, or perhaps this figure is old because I found it on the internet, but perhaps the figure is even greater. So what Greg is known about is that he decided to make classics accessible to all, and that's something that we thank you very much for, Greg. And we're very glad that you are with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear friend and colleague, Effie. It's such an honor for me to be speaking with you, and I so apologize that I'm simply zooming in, and then I'm afraid I have to zoom out after my 10 minutes are up, and I'm really going to be very careful about not exceeding 10 minutes. Could I say that I was enchanted by the talk of Luca, and I hope, dear Luca, I may call you by the first name and not the second name. I am used to tutoyer everybody at my old age, and I really enjoyed, dear Luca, your paper. I only wish I had started on time, but this is the beginning, obviously, of a beautiful friendship. So just maybe one little remark about Kyklos, that wonderful name for this organization that our dear Effie has put together with the help of amazing colleagues like my friend Menelaos, and the list goes on and on and on. I still believe Rudolf Pfeiffer, in his formulation, which was published in History of Classical Scholarship, that Kyklos used to mean everything that was ever composed, shall we say, by Homeros, everything. And of course, we all know that eventually, and Aristotle in the Poetics is our prime example, eventually the Homeric Iliad and the Homeric Odyssey detached from the Kyklos, and Kyklos was kind of left without this Iliadic and Odyssean mainstay, shall I call it. And I'm also fascinated with the work of Indo-Europeanists, especially Marcello Durante, who showed that Homeros etymologically should mean something like he who fits together. Fits together what? Fits together the woodwork of a chariot wheel. And after all, there is one Homeric attestation of Kyklos in a neuter plural, which does mean chariot wheel. And Indo-Europeanists can tell us that in, for example, Indic traditions, the number one metaphor for the creation of poetry like Homeric poetry is, I make the poem the way a chariot wheel maker makes a chariot wheel. So Homeros is somebody who puts things together, and the totality, if we reconstruct far back enough, is Kyklos. But enough of my theorizing. What I'm most thrilled about in being part of this group is not only that you all are interdisciplinary, but you're intergenerational, and that's so important for our field. And that's going to be my cue when I end my remarks, how delighted I am to be, at least for these few minutes, a part of this beautiful coming together. In Sanskrit, it would be a samaryam, which is also related to the concept of Homer, a coming together. Anyway, as I look at the participants, and there are 22 of you, I recognize some of you, I've heard about some of you. Is it all right if I pay you the honor of mentioning some of the names that I recognize or have heard about? Is that all right with you? So this is my homage. So where to start? May I start with our Japanese colleagues? And I'm singling out some of you. I wish I knew about all of you, but there's Yosh Sano from the International Christian University of Tokyo, and then two wonderful PhD students in classics, Yuki Seno and Manami Yano. And in general, I'm just so delighted that we have, despite all the challenges of time zones, the participation of these important classicists. And then there are some new people on your board of colleagues, and I single out Elisabetta Pitotto from Torino. And then some of the other new people are old friends of mine, like Joel Christensen, whom I know also well. And then my dear friend, Menelaos Christopoulos. And then I noticed Justin Arft, who is a veteran of the Center for Hellenic Studies and with whom I've had already so many pleasant and enlightening Homeric conversations. So there's so many people, but let me also mention some of the young ones that I've heard about, like Christos Frozenakis, Vasili Kusolini. Well, I know Vasili already, and she is definitely part of the Patras team. Then Italian colleagues like Federico Tanozzi from Ca' Foscari, and then the amazing Luca, whom I've just heard, and I was just so delighted with your presentation, Luca. And then there's a lone American, I think I noticed, John Forshee. I'm so happy that you're part of the team. do I see Francis Pickworth? I think I saw you. And then Elodie from Louvain. I think I saw you too. Well, anyway, the list goes on. Please forgive me. There's so many participants that if I didn't mention your name, please understand that I have all these wonderful participants in my heart, and I'm just so happy to be part of this beautiful conference, even for a few minutes. So I promised that I would end in 10 minutes. I think I can do it even sooner. And what I'm going to try to do is show you something as I was unpacking. One of the reasons that I can't participate as completely as I would like to in this beautiful session is that Holly and I have moved from a house to a bigger house. And I have so many books that it's just such an anxiety. It's not just lifting boxes of books and unpacking and repacking. It's also just remembering all the reading experiences. But there's one particular book that I so treasure. The late Stephen Lowenstein had a copy of Friedrich August Wolff, Prolegomena to Homer. Oh my God. And he's not with us anymore. He died a few years ago from a horrible illness, and he left the copy of Wolff to me. And so every time I unpack this book, you know what I do? I put on top of it. Let's see if I can show you. This is a flower that comes from the island of Kythera, the island of Aphrodite. And the natives of Kythera think that they're saying it in Greek. Well, in a way they are, but it's a Venetian word. So this is a tribute to our Italian colleagues as well. Sempre viva. And sempreviva is this is about 15 years old. But if I smell it, it still has a trace of the aroma, And so for me, this is my tribute to you, to show you my copy of Sempreviva, which is regularly placed on my copy of Wolff, like this, horizontally. And I conjure the words of Achilles, Iliad 4:13, where he speaks about the kleos aphthiton, the glory of Homeric poetry, and that glory is compared to a beautiful flower that never wilts, that never loses its color, it never loses its aroma. And so this visual prompt is my tribute to you, you wonderful intergenerational and interdisciplinary team. May the ideals that our founder, Effie, with the help of brilliant colleagues like Menelaus, may your ideals last unwilting. May the color and the aroma of kleos aphthiton stay in your hearts and minds. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, dear Greg, for saying all these beautiful things. While you were talking about Kythera, I thought that was the last, not stop, but the last point, geographical point, from where the ship of Odysseus, along with the other 12 ships, got lost in the imaginary world of, I don't know, of the Lotus Eaters, and the adventure begins just after Kythera. And in a sense, this is also a beautiful picture. Kythera is a landmark. We can travel from there. We can get lost in all these intertwining paths and all that. And then at some point, we can find our way back to Ithaca.
Bravo. And I know that I'm saying it in Greek, so dear Italian friends, I can say bravo, and it's all genders.
Yeah. Thank you ever so much for taking the time to be with us, even so briefly. And I know that you are traveling, I think tomorrow or today, I'm not sure about.
Tomorrow, yes. Yes, and so I will be seeing some of the Patras gang, I believe.
And I meant to tell you also that Justin Art has been a great help to me all this year to organize this particular a conference. And of course that everybody, students and colleagues, are cherished persons, you know, to contribute to this beautiful Kyklos. Thank you ever so much, dear Greg.
Thank you so much.
Travel safely.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't know. Every time I see Greg, I always think that the humane aspect of a scholar is the most important thing than, you know, just the scholarly stuff, if I may say. I perhaps express myself badly, but it's because he's such a kind person that he embraces all people from all disciplines, from all the places of the world, that makes Greg what he is actually. I don't know whether you agree or not, Justin and Manella and Joel, but I think he's a great asset to the classicists.
Absolutely.
We can't hear you.
Effie,
We can't hear you.
your micro, Effie.
Okay, I just said that now it's time to go back to Elisabetta. Sorry, I thought that Manella said something, but you said that about my
I
microphone.
said, yeah, absolutely. I said it quite so. I quite agree. What I said about Greg.
Yes.
So-
Okay, we're on schedule. So Elisabetta, again, the floor is yours. Bravo, Luca. You've got a great compliment from Greg. So that's a great thing to cherish. So we can carry on, I think.
Oh, yes, thank you, Effie. I was very happy to have the chance to listen to Greg Nash. My own supervisor when I was a PhD student was Antonio Aloni. Perhaps you have read of some of his books, and well, Greg Nash was a reference point of his, so it's been a great emotion for me as well. But let's go on with the proceedings. I am now introducing Christos Frozenakis, a graduate student of the Classics Department of the School of Philosophy of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. His main research interests include rhetoric of the classical age, historiography, and of course Homeric epic. His master's thesis is on the Iliad and is titled Inset Tales and Mirroring in the Iliad, Rereading the Heroes. His speech today will deal with mirroring as well, but will apply to the Odyssey, and specifically to the parts of the poem which revolve around the story of Agamemnon and Orestes. His paper is titled The Murder and Avenging of Agamemnon as a Mirror for Telemachus, Reinforced Paranarratives in the Odyssey. Please, Christos, the field is yours.
Can you see and hear me well?
Yes.
I would like to express my gratitude to the program and the organizers, Efimia Karakanza and Justin Naft, for the opportunity to express my ideas here today. So if I may start with my speech. Well, considering that today's program is centered on the relationship between the epic cycle and the Odyssey, I must quote the late Martin West, who said that its importance to the Homeric epic can hardly be overstated. My paper on the matter is centered on one hand on the secondary narratives of the epic that pertain to the Orestes story, and on the other on how these narratives influence Telemachus specifically for his character development. My methodology on the subject is twofold. I did a close reading analysis of the text, and I viewed it through the lens of a specific narrative theory, which is Maureen Alden's theory on the paranarratives. I hope that this combination raises questions on the nature and the complexity of the narrative of the Odyssey and on the use of the Orestes story. Now, if you excuse me while I show my PowerPoint for a second. Just a minute. Can you see the full screen of the PowerPoint? Great. Now, when it comes to the nostoi, some things must be said from the start. According to the Chrestomathy of Proclus, which gives a brief abstract of the poem, the story of the murder and the avenging of Agamemnon by Orestes was indeed an essential part of the poem. Regarding the poem's theme, many have been said. West believes that it was written side by side or before the Odyssey, and Danik believes that it was later produced and influenced by Homer. What is important, however, is that it is mostly agreed upon that the oral Orestia stories were in circulation before the written form of the Odyssey. When it comes to the narrative theory aspect of the argumentation, to put it briefly, Maureen Alden believes that the elements of each narrative are related to some aspect of the main story, and that the stories told by characters may function as an argument in their immediate context, but they frequently also relate through theme to the main plot. They reflect some of its elements, sometimes as in a distorting mirror. When it comes to the application of these stories in the narrative, it will be shown that they are all essentially related in one way or another to the Orestia story, and they are placed in the secondary narrative of the Odyssey. Moving forward to the main part of the paper, as Clark put it, the Orestia story is a warning to Odysseus, an inspiration to Telemachus, and a vindication of Penelope. The references to the Orestia in the epic are numerous and complicated, but ultimately they all have one thing in common. They act as a backdrop, a foil to the main narrative. The first reference to the story is found at the start of the first book. In the Council of the Gods, Zeus recounts the crimes of Aegisthus. Essentially, we are talking about a digression here, a story outside the time of the poem, but mirroring something in the main narrative. Even though Hermes won Aegisthus, he married Clytemnestra and killed Agamemnon, Kuper Moron. In the end, when Orestes came of age, he killed his father's murderer and avenged him. One of the reasons this digression is placed at the start of the epic is made clear from the way that Athena treats the story in B. She wishes for everyone that ever does something along these lines, the actions of Aegisthus, to perish. The ancient scholiasts of the Odyssey did not fail to notice the allusion made in her words. The scholia explained the passage as such in C. Athena implies the suitors. Thus, the first discernible parallel in the Odyssey is drawn between the suitors and Aegisthus, both bound by their soon-to-be heinous actions. When Athena takes the form of Mendes, she approaches Telemachus, and the second parallel to the Orestia story is drawn, but this time it is between Orestes himself and Telemachus. In the following verses, Athena advises him to do two things: to travel to Nestor and Menelaus in order to gather information about his father, and to find a way to kill the suitors, whether openly or with guile. To persuade him, she cleverly uses the story of Orestes. Athena's words to Telemachus have a ring composition, which is typical of paradigms. Right after she asks Telemachus to kill the suitors, she reminds him that Orestes killed his father's murderer and gained immense glory. And she ends her paradigm, as you can see, in a circular manner with the following two verses. And you too, friend, for I see that you are handsome and tall. Be brave so that someone may praise you from those that will come later. The invocation Kaisou Pylos leaves no doubt in Telemachus's mind as to the use of the Orestes story. The latter was already referenced for his coming of age in verse 41 of Book 1, as you can see, when he reached manhood. So when Orestes finally does become a man, justice will be served for the devious killer. Here again, Orestes' age is sadly invoked through Telemachus in verse 297. Athena tells him that he should not linger in childish ways, since it is not fitting for his current age. Just like Orestes, Telemachus too has grown up, and he must serve justice to gain glory similar to that of Orestes. It is very intriguing to see how the scholiasts explain the phrase "nipia sokein," lingering in childish ways. As you can see on the slide, they say childish inertia. Out of all the possible childlike qualities, the scholiasts read that in the relevant verse for Telemachus. This exact character quality will be later corroborated in Book 3 when he's speaking with Nestor. For the time being, however, it is evident that Athena tries to use Orestes' paradigm to create a spark in the coming-of-age Telemachus through their own similarities. Telemachus needs to take action and develop offensive, fighting qualities to regain his home. When Telemachus finally arrives at Pylos and is recognized by Nestor, he asks him for information about his father's fate after the Greeks left Troy. Nestor then delivers a long speech on the fate of the Achaeans to help Telemachus in his search. What is important to note here is that the setting makes it clear that the speech will be a digression, since it relates stories of the Achaeans' returns outside the time of the Odyssey. It does not have a ring composition, and it does not start with an exhortation to hint towards a paradigmatic form like that of Athena's. The first part of Nestor's speech recalls the ill fate of many Achaeans, like Achilles, the quarrel of the Atridae, the departure from Troy, as well as the return of others, like himself, Neoptolemus, etc. Nestor's digression ends with a climax, with the most prevalent and important nostos of all, that of Agamemnon. Nestor recounts the death of Agamemnon and Orestes' revenge, briefly adding to it, as seen in A, how great it is for a man to leave a son behind as he dies, which is followed by B. And you too, friend, for I see that you are handsome and tall. Be brave so that someone may praise you from those that will come later. His exclamation about how good it is to leave a son behind, for he can avenge the father, is a clear allusion to Telemachus, and it can be seen as a hint for him to do the same to the suitors, ravaging the riches of his possibly dead father back in Ithaca. The issue gets more complicated from the verses on Aegisthus that follow that elusive exclamation. These 4 verses are almost identical to Athena's words in Book 1. Athena explains that Orestes became renowned because he killed his father's murderer, and Nestor explains that it is a good thing to have a son because he, Orestes, punished his father's murderer. Some ancient scholiasts athetize Nestor's last 2 verses, believing that they were placed there from the words of Athena in Book 1. But that does not seem to be the best way to go about this. Now, 2 possibilities arise. Either Nestor constructs very elusive remark to Orestes for Telemachus, if the last 2 verses are removed, or he constructs very clear advice for him if they remain. Since there is no reason to remove them, it seems that in this case, this digression has gradually morphed into a type of paradigm. Telemachus is faced with yet another example based on Orestes, which is additionally phrased in the same manner towards the end. Nestor is the second respectable authority that tells him the same thing after he saw Athena flying from his house. His reaction, however, is indicative of his lingering childish inertia. Telemachus responds that although he would like to do the same with the suitors back home, the gods did not allot him or his father that joy. Instead of using the story as a source of inspiration, he indulges in a sort of fatalistic thinking that the gods have not given him this happiness and ignoring his own personal responsibility in the matter. According to him, the gods have not punished the suitors yet, so therefore it will never happen. This modus vivendi is indicative of what the scholia call childish inertia. His most characteristic remark is his belief that it will not happen even if the gods want it to be so. He is so sure that things will never go his way that even the will of the gods will not be enough to alter his grim reality. The scholiasts on the specific verse, and as you can see, state the following. He, Homer, introduces Telemachus, a man that is not yet stubborn-hearted. According to LSJ, stereopron means stubborn-hearted. So essentially, Telemachus has not yet completed his transformation, which is a very important remark by the scholiasts. Unfortunately, Telemachus is not ready yet, and he temporarily dismisses Athena's claims by stating that his father's fate is already set. Nevertheless, he does ask Nestor about the fate of Agamemnon, evidently intrigued by his story and the previous constant allusions. Thus starts the second part of Nestor's speech, which is another digression. Only this time it is solely focused on the Orestia story. Nestor's speech is rife with veiled advice for Telemachus. He starts by telling him that if Menelaus had returned earlier and found Aegisthus alive, then his demise would have been terrible and his body would have been left unburied for the animals to feast on. In the meantime, Aegisthus was left unhindered with Clytemnestra and a singer, a minstrel, who was specifically tasked by Agamemnon with her protection as he was away. Although Clytemnestra first rejected the propositions of Aegisthus, after he stranded the singer on a barren island and left him to die, she eventually succumbed to his words. Nestor's story ends with a description of the travels that he and Menelaus endured and of Orestes' avenging Agamemnon's death. Just like the previous digression, this one ends in a similar manner. Nestor frames his speech with the following, as you can see on the slide. And you too, friend, do not linger far from home for a long time, leaving your possessions with such arrogant men in your house, so they do not spend everything by distributing your possessions. Once again, Nestor turns to Telemachus and makes an unmistakable connection to his story by saying Kaisou Philos. Only this time, he starts by telling him what to avoid, using a negative paradigm. He warns him of the dangers of staying away from home for a long time. Menelaus is ever prevalent in the story and is used as a parallel to Telemachus' situation. If Menelaus' long absence kept him from killing Aegisthus, then Telemachus must act and slay the suitors while he can. Accordingly, if the singer was disposed of on an island, leaving Clytemnestra vulnerable to the influence of Aegisthus, then Telemachus must not leave his mother alone with the suitors. He's essentially the only one keeping the balance in the palace, so his absence is creating a power vacuum. That turns out to be true, since in Book 4, the suitors start planning an ambush to kill Telemachus, with his mother being unable to do anything about it, even though she knew. Finally, Nestor's last advice, not to stay long far from home, could be an allusion to Agamemnon as well. Nestor warns Telemachus about the squandering of his wealth by the suitors, but that is not the only danger that awaits him. Menelaus did not suffer from any losses in his wealth, and he returned with his wife intact and returned to the fold. Agamemnon, on the other hand, returned to see his wealth usurped by Aegisthus, his wife turned against him, and his life violently cut short. Telemachus similarly is having his wealth squandered by the suitors, his mother potentially under their control as he's away, and he faces immediate danger to his life as they are plotting his demise to take control of Ithaca. When it comes to Telemachus' character, it seems like Nestor completes the mirror of desirable qualities. If the examples of Orestes eventually manage to light a spark in Odysseus' son to spring him into action, then the ambush that Agamemnon failed to thwart, Menelaus' long travels, and the death of the singer on the island ought to make him develop defensive qualities. Being called Orestes is one thing, but in order to truly become one, Telemachus has to return to Ithaca safely first. At the moment, he is in a nostos of his own. Therefore, he must tread carefully upon his return. These examples seem to have started resonating with Telemachus towards the end of the Telemachy, before the narrative focuses on Odysseus, as he shows a first glimpse of prudence in Book 4. When Menelaus asks him to stay in Sparta for 11 or 12 days, Telemachus responds, "Son of Atreus, do not keep me here for a long time." While traveling from Pylos to Sparta, it seems that in the meantime he has started to understand that he must not waste time leaving his mother alone with the suitors. Therefore, it seems that the consultations with Athena in her different guises and with Nestor has started to change Telemachus for the better. This Telemachy in the first 4 books sets the stage for the return of Odysseus, as the latter will find a true ally in his son, who has in the meantime started to shed his childish inertia. What remains is for him to finally realize his Orestia story counterparts by returning home safely and by killing the suitors. Lastly, Telemachus does live up to the expectations of Athena and Nestor in Book 22. Telemachus returns safely and schemes with his father. After his and Odysseus' own ambush is set up, he acts as a true ally to his father as they both slaughter the suitors. Instead of portraying Telemachus as the avenger on his own, he acts along with Odysseus as a supporting character in a combination of themes found in storytelling, as they kill the suitors together. The Telemachus who actively helps his father slaughter the suitors is very different from the fatalistic and inert young man that is portrayed in the first 4 books. The advice that he gathered from Athena and Nestor in the form of paranarratives, in conjunction with the reappearance of his long-gone father, complete his transformation in the narrative, ushering in a new Orestes and a new Orestia. This Orestes still has his father alive, and this Orestia ends with a happy ending. The end. Thank you for your time, and I eagerly await your comments.
Thank you, Christos. Thank you for your rich and stimulated take on the Oresteia as a mirror for Telemachus in the Odyssey. Well, I think we share the same take on this subject, and we both have asked ourselves the reason why an Odyssey basically begins by telling an Oresteia. And I think we need to stress that soon after the poem, Zeus utters these very first lines in the poem by making a very meaningful reference to Aegisthus and his killing by Orestes. And it looks like a deviation from the main narrative to the point which Athena has to intervene and bring the discourse back to Odysseus' case. But in reality, this para-narrative is central to one of the main themes of the Odyssey itself, which is vengeance. Well, references to the Oresteia feature 4 more times in the Odyssey, by Nestor to Telemachus in Odyssey 3, by Menelaus to Telemachus in Odyssey 4, by the shadow of Agamemnon to Odysseus, while Agamemnon remembers his own death in Odyssey 11, and again by the shadow of Agamemnon to the shade of one of the suitors in Odyssey 24. Well, from a contrastive analysis of all these passages, it can be said that the character of Agamemnon seems to respond mainly to internal narrative logics. His story offers a negative counterpoint to the tiring but ultimately happy ending which is granted to Odysseus. Indeed, Agamemnon is destined to a return that turns into a carnage because of the machinations carried out by Aegisthus, the usurper, and by the execrable Clytemnestra, in herself a paradigm opposed to the laudable Penelope. On the other hand, the figure of Orestes appears more influenced by, and at the same time more addressed to, the theme of vengeance. And in your paper, you have analyzed this theme from a point of view which is internal to the main narrative and paranarrative. And I do think, this is my suggestion for you, that this theme could be analyzed also taking into account the circumstances under which our Odyssey, intended as Greg Nudge has put it, as oral dictated poem, came into being in its form and in the structure that we are reading. Well, Antonio Loni suggested that the focus on vengeance could be read as a hint reflecting the eventual patronage by the Pisistrates, and in particular, Hippia in exile would have been very happy to hear a story portray not one, but 2 vengeances. The main narrative features Odysseus, whose vengeance needs to be blocked somehow, a concept highlighted by Luca Fiammingo before. And just think of Athena's interventions at the end of the poem, a scene which is strongly connected with the criticism the ending of the Odyssey has received, precisely because it features a revenge which risks turning into a carnage. And one of the paranarrative of the poem, I think we could say its main paranarrative, offer an example of a perfect vengeance, reading the character of Orestes in a political way. Well, this interpretation of Orestes features in other archaic and classical works as well. I just want to cut my response short, but I can quote, of course, Aeschylus, Stesichorus, which seems to grant central place to the retaliations on the part of Clytemnestra's relatives, even the Aeneid, where the Oresteia would work as a mirror to the series of retaliations during the period of civil wars. And I end by suggesting this course of analysis for your future research and by complimenting again your beautiful presentation. So if you want to add something to my comments, please, your turn, Christos.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I truly am in agreement that these themes could be the subject of further analysis and research, and I will look into that. So again, thank you for everything.
Oh, you're very welcome. So I think it's now debate time. So if somebody wants to raise his or her hand, you're welcome to join the debate.
Perhaps, Justin, will refrain ourselves for a while to let other people speak. For instance, Luca, I'm sure he has many things to ask or discuss with Christos, because they are in the same waters.
Yes, and Luca, if you want to say something about perfect retaliation, blocked retaliation, you're welcome to discuss with Christos directly, of course. Otherwise, I have a question myself to break the ice. It depends. Luca, of course, you take precedence over me. So.
Many thanks for the question. Yeah, the concept of blocked retaliation can be seen, for example, if we compare the passage of the Trojan women, where Odysseus is said to plan Steinach's death because he wants to eliminate the threat of a future Trojan enemy. So he has fear of the social norm of retaliation, and with this violent attitude and rejection of social customs, his revenge is totally justified in the end of the poem by the intervention of Athena and Zeus' plan. So the concept of blocked retaliation functions in classic literature too. For example, in Herodotus' passage that I have mentioned before, and the main idea is that some person want to completely obliterate the possibility for an enemy to revenge each other or loved ones, because this is the natural mechanism of retaliation. But for example, in Aeschylus, the block retaliation is done with the birth of the Areopagus, the justice of the city. So this is another version, but another possibility to interpret this idea.
Yes, thank you, Luca, and a political interpretation as well. So, Christos, do you want to answer Luca, or somebody else wants to ask some question? No, I don't see any raised hands, so maybe I can ask Christos a question. No, Justin, please go ahead.
Great. I can't help myself, but I've not, Joel can attest to this. I've not thought nearly enough about the vengeance theme of the Odyssey. So I asked this just out of pure curiosity, but what do you make of the moment when Telemachus seems to be able to string the bow, but he doesn't, and his dad gives him a look, and because it seems like, as you've pointed out, and as others have pointed out, Telemachus has the potential to become Orestes at any moment, but you kind of present the idea that he becomes kind of a different kind of Orestes. So in terms of the larger picture of how the Odyssey may be interacting with known traditions, do you have a short take on how the Odyssey is maybe revising a standard motif, or maybe transforming Orestes into something Telemachus into something we don't expect?
Thank you for your question. I generally see the Odyssey as two parallel stories, one acting as a backdrop, obviously, which is the Orestia story, and the main narrative, and where we should focus on Telemachus. Now, all the stories that are related to that part of the story, that oral tradition that revolves around the murder and avenging of Agamemnon, are portraying with specific elements that, for example, Professor Pitotto pointed out earlier that there is no reference to the blood ties, for example, for Orestes, etc. I see that the poet, Homer, whoever he is exactly, chooses a specific line of events and characteristics that could actually act as a paradigm, as a parallel example, an exemplum to Telemachus. So the way that thing is done is so that our Telemachus, as we see him, is a new Orestes who keeps the traditional elements of avenging, etc., but in a better way. We must not expect a full copycat material of Telemachus and constantly seeing Orestes or other characters in him, but a new narrative that is solely based or inspired perhaps on that material. So, for example, as you said with the bow, in the end, it's not that Telemachus becomes a ravaging avenger, perfect in all his characteristics, but he most certainly is different from what we saw him at the start. He's not fatalistic. He takes actions in his own ways. He is by no means perfect, but at least we can see a fathomable change throughout the books of the Odyssey. I'm not sure if I completely answered your question. You could.
No, that's fantastic. No, I like to hear people who have thought more earnestly about the Vengeance and Orestes theme kind of take on that issue of just kind of where is Telemachus headed, you know, and how does he interact with tradition. I think that's a really great
one thing, if I could add one thing as well, which I didn't have the time to include in my speech. For example, in book 15, it seems that Telemachus has forgotten about the paradigms of Athena and Nestor as he stays for an undisclosed amount of days in Sparta. But yet again, when Athena does come to him and remind him of all that he has previously heard, it's like a repetition. She tells him again of the danger that awaits him, of his mother along with the suitors, and of his riches that are being ravaged by the suitors. But it is that final stage that Telemachus does not make the same mistake again. So he runs away. He leaves Menelaus telling him to stop, to not keep him in Sparta. And then he tells Pisistratus that he must return to Ithaca because he hasn't left any protector at home. So it's a gradual, imperfect process of character change that we can see in Telemachus. And I believe that this process is mainly started by the paranarratives that revolve around the Orestia story.
May I add something to what Christos and Justin have just said? I like very much this contrast or the backdrop, the background of the Orestai. And as you were developing your argument, I was, sort of putting the pieces together, and the puzzle was going to be completed. Like Telemachus will be a mini sort of something like, anyway, like Orestes, not something like, but
parallel version perhaps.
Yeah. But what happened is that while you were talking and I was listening to your argument, I realized that at the end, you don't have a complete Oresteia, of course, or you don't have the Oresteia as we understand it, because Oresteia for everybody is when Orestes comes and revenge or takes revenge, okay? But now you have Telemachus actually siding with the father, who is the expected, if you like, avenger of all the evil stuff that happened to his home, and have a sort of a very supportive role to his father. So it's an Oresteia. I like the idea of having a sort of another Oresteia, but in a completely different context, and the whole reconstruction is a completely different tale.
Well, yes, we obviously could not expect for Telemachus to be the protagonist all of a sudden and then sidelining Odysseus. So I believe that the poet's best decision was exactly that, to portray a changing character, a son that can be relied upon after a long process across many books, so that the story can end with the avenging against the suitors.
Yeah, that's
as I did, I truly believe that if he had no influence from the start up until the very end, Telemachus would not have been someone that you could rely upon for this great avenging.
well, you have the process of coming to of age, okay, because he started as a very childish person and all that. But indeed, it's very interesting. But I was wondering, what if Homer at some point decided to give us another story and have actually Telemachus taking revenge and Odysseus just, gone somewhere else and just, throwing sort of a completely hypothetical story.
Possibly
Anyway,
some lost fragments of the
yes, or some lost epic.
That is always a very interesting thought with Homer. For example, in the Iliad, there are so many instances of divine intervention that if they simply never happened, the plot would have been completely different. So Homeric epics is rife with all these possibilities of what could have happened if one element was removed or sidelined, for example, which is a very interesting element of Homeric epic.
I'm now seeing Joel, who's raised his hand. Effie, do we have some?
Yes, of course. Go ahead. We can spare some more minutes. Yes.
Hi, Christos. Thank you for your talk. The comment about Telemachus maturing or changing, and then the plot of revenge, which Justin claims he hasn't thought enough about, makes me wonder, though, if it's complete or how we think about it. If we include the scene where he's given the choice to either kill the enslaved women by sword or by hanging, and he chooses the worst one. So how does that scene connect with the sort of parallel and dueling engagement of father and son and that whole crucial plot of revenge?
I'm afraid that I haven't thought this through as good as I need. So unfortunately, I don't have a clear cut or answer to that. Unfortunately, I'll have to think this through. To be perfect.
I really appreciate that answer, because I actually think that's what that scene is supposed to do to us, is unsettle us and make us less confident about the whole revenge theme. Like, we're going along, we're like, yeah, and then suddenly you're like, oh, wait, like this doesn't feel so good. But thank you, because I hadn't really thought about connecting that to the failed or near stringing of the bow, which I always usually joke is Telemachus' flirtation with an Oedipal narrative.
There's an Italian psychologist who has dedicated a book to the Telemachus complex. So the joke is a very, fortunate one. So I think that if everybody is spoken, it's time for me to give my chairmanship, and up to you, Effie.
Thank you, Elisabetta, so much for sharing this very interesting session. And now we move on to Joel Christensen, who just talked, so everybody can see who is Joel. Joel Christensen is professor of classics and early Mediterranean studies at Brandeis University, where he also serves as senior associate dean for faculty affairs in the School of Arts and Sciences. Previously, Joel served as chair of classical studies and chair of the Brandeis Faculty Senate. He also taught for 9 years at the University of Texas at San Antonio. His research interests include early Greek poetry, myth, and literary theory. He has recently published The Many-Minded Man, The Odyssey, Psychology, and the Therapy of Epic with Cornell University Press. So, Joel, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours, and you have 2 wonderful papers to chair, I think, and 2 wonderful contributors. So,
thank you. Thank you all for having me and listening to my semi-coherent question. Thank you to Justin and Effie for inviting me. And thank you as well to the 2 authors who I'll be introducing today. I think these papers are both interesting and challenging in the fact that one asks us to think about the Odyssey's predecessors and its position sort of related to the past, and the other takes us well into the future to think a little more about Hellenistic poetry and its relationship to its past. So in ways, both directions can be uncomfortable, but I think this discomfort can help us learn a lot about the dynamism of ancient epic poetry. So the first talk today, if I have the schedule right, and I believe I do, is from Vasili Kusolini and her papers on Telemachus and his brothers, which is a topic I find extremely interesting. And so Vasili had completed her doctoral degree at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, has held various research and teaching positions at the University of Patras, the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, the Open University of Cyprus, and the University of Durham. She's given talks at conferences in Greece, Cyprus, Netherlands, Romania, Serbia, Spain, UK, and the USA, and has published several peer-reviewed articles and chapters, among which is an article about Corinna and epichoric poetry from GRBS that I think is just fantastic. If you want to look that one up. She didn't write that in her bio. I inserted that. She's also written a great monograph on Elkman's early reception, a history of Elkman's early reception, female voice nightingales, which is also excellent, and is currently co-editing the Brill's Companion to the Reception of Sappho, which has to be an endless task, considering Sappho is always in the process of being received. So I won't add any more now, but Vasili, if you'll unmute and share with us your paper.
Thank you very much for having me here and for the introduction. And let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint? Okay. And can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Okay, let me start then. Telemachus, Odysseus' only son in the Odyssey, plays a key role in this epic composition. Odysseus, in 260, takes an oath based on his identity and refers to himself as the father of Telemachus. Odysseus also refers to himself as Telemachus' dear father who fights in the forefront. Later in the epic, Odysseus not only mentions his son, but seems to define himself as the father of Telemachus, contrary to other heroes who define themselves by their patronym, either father and past. Telemachus' resemblance to Odysseus is also stressed multiple times by many speakers: Athena, Nestor, Helen, Menelaus, and finally Odysseus. The fact that Telemachus is the only son of Odysseus is stressed multiple times by him and other speakers, such as Euryclea and Elpinor. Telemachus comments on the unique situation he is in. According to him, he comes from a lineage of only sons. The repetition of Moonon, alone only, at the beginning of 3 consecutive lines emphasizes the single son in each generation. And the importance of this fact is stressed by being fated, as Zeus has decided that there should be only one son in each generation. Goldhill argues that the use of Moonos in the Homeric poems is not synonymous with Eos, as we may assume. Rather, it is imbued with a sense of threat or danger. So to be Moonos is to be in a precarious position. In the case of procreation, such precariousness is obvious. An only child is not a reliable heir, and is no heir at all if she is an only daughter. This family trait is dangerous, but also remarkable. Odysseus' line is not safe, but this genealogical line must be special because it has survived through 3 generations of single sons. In addition to this, there seem to be oblique allusions to Odysseus' other children in the Odyssey. Both Telemachus and Elpinor emphasize the fact that Telemachus is the only son that Odysseus left in his house. It may be possible to infer from the references to Odysseus' palace that he had other children elsewhere. Telemachus will still be the only child he had left in his halls. Furthermore, the narrative of Odysseus' travels in the middle books of the poem makes it perfectly possible that other women had borne his children, even though none are mentioned. The hero has slept with Calypso for 7 years, and she's so enamored of him that she will keep him there forever. When Odysseus and his comrades leave the island of Circe, and have been there for a full year. In the Odyssey, this notation of time passing is used to suggest the timelines of an action or that it occurred at the fated time. However, in the Theogony, this formula denotes the term of a pregnancy, with a prominent example of Mnemosyne's pregnancy after she has slept with Zeus. It will therefore be possible to see here an allusion to the possibility that Circe has borne Odysseus' child. While it is vital in the Odyssey that Odysseus only has one child, the poem may still acknowledge the possibility of further children having been born, and the narrative of Odysseus' travels does not rule this out. The emphasis put on these facts looks like a pattern of omitting or marginalizing other traditions for Odysseus, and this means ignoring Odysseus' other children. As well as marking out the family of Odysseus, the line of single sons marks out the Odyssey from other stories about this family, particularly those represented by a lost poem of the epic cycle, the Telegony. It has been argued that the surplus of children of Odysseus in the Telegony could be indicative of its epichoric interest in genealogy. From this perspective, the cyclic content included in the Telegony, as opposed to the cyclic epic itself, may be thought potentially older than the Pan-Hellenic Homeric Odyssey. There are seen to be Telegonian allusions in the Odyssey. This paper treats these intertextual allusions as cases of Homerocyclic intertextuality. How many were the sons of Odysseus, according to literary sources coming from the archaic times? According to the Odyssey, the hero had only one son. The Telegony attributes to Odysseus 4 sons. Another source is Hesiod. In the last lines of the Theogony, which many scholars believe that they are not authentic, we learn that Odysseus had 2 sons, Agrius and Latinus. According to the Theogony, Aphrodite bore Telegonus Odysseus. West has argued that these verses do not belong to the Theogony, but to a context similar to the Hesiodic tradition of the Catalogue of Women. His view is highly influential on modern scholarship. In other words, we can assume that the story of Odysseus' multiple sons contained in the Telegony was also part of the tradition of the genealogical catalogues represented by the Hesiodic Catalogue of Women. Nonetheless, we also have to examine the possibility that the Telegony will contain a good part of genealogical material. The same goes for the Odyssey. Could this Pan-Hellenic epic composition incorporate elements belonging to the tradition of genealogies? The Telegony, presumably by Eugamon of Cyrene in 2 books, brings the epic cycle to an end. Only a couple of lines of the poem survive today. The rest is known by the Indian tradition and more specifically by the prose summary of Proclus. Pseudo-Polydorus offers some supplementary information that should be treated with caution. It is often thought to incorporate parts of an older poem known as the Thesprosis. The 3 principal critical editions available significantly differ with respect to the number of fragments they ascribe to the actual poem. The Telegony comprises 2 distinct episodes: Odysseus' travel to Thesprosia and the story of Telegonus. After the burial of the suitors, Odysseus sacrifices to the nymphs. He makes a voyage to Elis, where he visits an otherwise unknown figure, Polyxenus, who gives him a bowl depicting the story of Trophonius. Odysseus returns to Ithaca and then travels to Thesprosia, presumably to make the sacrifices commanded by Tiresias in the Odyssey. He mingles with the Thesprosian queen Kallidike, who bears him a son, Polypeites. When a war breaks out, he leads the Thesprosian army but fails to defeat the enemy. Finally, peace is restored. After Kallidike's death, Odysseus gives the throne to Polypeites and returns to Ithaca. It is at this point that Telegonus, who has been told by Mother Circe that he is the son of Odysseus, arrives at Ithaca in search of his father and ravages the island. Odysseus tries to avert the danger but is killed by Telegonus, who uses as a weapon a spear barbed with the spine of a stingray. When he realizes that he has killed his own father, Telegonus laments and brings the body of Odysseus together with Telemachus and Penelope to the island of Circe. Then Telegonus is married to Penelope and Telemachus to Circe, who makes them all immortal. But what is the relationship of this epic composition with genealogical material? We can find ancient Greek genealogical material in the surviving genealogical catalogs. Genealogical catalogs, such as the Hesiodic Catalogue of Women, and even some of the material of the Theogony, contain a series of genealogies stemming from the unions between heroines and gods that resulted in the birth of the heroes of mythology. Thus, they contain valuable mythical material for any archaic poet. The aim of any kind of genealogical discourse is the making of a pedigree, the study of families, family history, and the tracing of their lineages. We don't know if the Telegony was considered genealogy per se, but we can be certain that this tale was a mythographic one, that this one contained genealogical material. We can see in the PowerPoint that it seems that the Telegony had a keen interest in unions between men and women or gods and the birth of children, and similar lexical formulas appear in the Telegony and in, let's say, Catalogue of Women's. According to the scarce fragments of the Telegony and the summary of Kyklos, Odysseus had several sons. More specifically, Odysseus and Kallidiki had a son Polypeites who became the ruler of Thesprotia. Odysseus and Penelope had a second son, Polyporthis/Archesilaus, who ruled Ithaca after Penelope. And after Penelope and Telemachus went to the island of Circe. Finally, Odysseus and Circe had a son Telegonus. Each one of them could have been invented to serve the needs of dynasties, as genealogical material does. And what does the Telegony seem to contain? Western Greek local traditions about Odysseus. Let's say a lost Thesprosis narrating Odysseus' journey to Thesprotia to appease the anger of Poseidon. The story of Telegonus on the death of Odysseus, Cyrenian and Egyptian elements which the poet wanted to insert into Odysseus' post-Odyssey afterlife to validate historical claims of the Batiad dynasty that aimed at tracing its past to Odysseus. In addition to this, the widely accepted attribution of the Telegony to Eugamon of Cyrene, or a Cyrenian poet or redactor, reflects the effort to associate one of the ancestors of the Cyrenian dynasty with Odysseus. The introduction of Polyporthis/Archesilaus as Odysseus' son from Penelope in the Telegony indicates both a Cyrenian interest and a Spartan element. The arrival of new settlers after 570 BC coincides with the reign of Badus II, whose real name was Archesilas, and Odysseus' son Archesilaus was linked through his mother's side to Sparta, since her father Icarius was settled there. It is not unthinkable that when genealogical material strengthening or suggesting a Spartan connection was brought into the picture, Xenophon, who was famous for composing genealogies, started becoming associated with a developing tradition aiming at a fusion of Spartan, Cyrenian, and local elements. Last but not least, the ball gifted to the hero that depicts the tale of Trophonius, Agamedes, and Augeas not only has an Egyptian coloring and Peloponnesian background, linking further the Telegony to genealogical material, but this ball, as a material object, operates as an invocation of the past in this epic composition within this archaic oral society. But does the Odyssey contain any genealogical material at all? The Odyssey is an epic composition containing myths of return involving heroes who fought at Troy. As such an epic composition, the Odyssey could have played an important role in filtering and shaping the perceptions not only of Greek proto-colonists, but also of indigenous people. Heroic genealogy was used to articulate identity, and stories of return were a treasury of such myths ready to be adopted by anyone. All the Homeric heroes are fundamentally defined by their genealogies. Strictly speaking, any indication of a person's parentage could be termed genealogical. In the Homeric epics, some genealogies involve 2 or more generations. Genealogy often interacts with other structural elements, such as catalogs or genealogical connections, can be underlined by ekphrasis. The Odyssey also has a complex intertextual relationship with canonical texts that represent these genealogical traditions, such as the Hesiodic Catalogue of Women. In the Odyssey, the descent of the epic characters is an important theme. The most important passages, according to modern scholars, that contain genealogies are the following. In Book 4, there is a brief reference to the genealogy of Euphthemi, as Athena sends to Penelope an eidolon of her sister. Telemachus later complements this picture in 16, stressing the peculiar character of the house of Odysseus, with only one male offspring in successive generations. The Phaeacian queen Archaic and Theoclymenus are identified by genealogists as well in Book 15. It is also well known that more canonical epic texts contain genealogies, such as the Hesiodic Catalogue of Women, resonate through the Odyssey, especially the Catalogue of Women encountered in Odyssey 6. We saw that genealogical accounts play a part in the Odyssey. This epic composition was one of the stories of return, one that stands for a whole tradition and contained various strands of heroic genealogy. What is more, Homer was already from the Archaic age a figure of authority, and the epic compositions attributed to him could be used to legitimize the right to rule of anyone who claimed to be a descendant of a Homeric hero. The Telegony seems to have contained genealogical accounts. We know that Odysseus' multiple sons were part of Hesiodic or quasi-Hesiodic genealogical accounts in the Archaic age. We also saw that there are oblique references to Telemachus' multiple brothers in the Odyssey. But could this have been the case of a cyclic influence on the Odyssey? This line of thought is considered outdated. We have a case of Homerocyclic intertextuality, but we're not allowed to speak of a relationship between two written texts that the one imitates the other. Within the Archaic song culture, we can only speak of a tradition of genealogical material related to stories of return, which could have been represented by the telegony or a proto-telegony. That is, we can say that we have a case of traditional referentiality. A collective tradition of epic genealogical poetry as a whole resonates through the Odyssey, which is an expression of the whole tradition of written poetry that has been crystallized into a form that has become canonical by its pan-Hellenic appeal. To achieve this status, a canonical epic composition, like the Odyssey, needed to distance itself from other traditional multiforms that had not enjoyed wide enough appeal to survive the distillation process and were thus to remain non-canonical. Pan-Hellenic narratives, such as the Odyssey, were created with the inherent ability to confront alternative versions of their own story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia, very much. In my response, I'll touch on a few things, maybe continue the conversation, but I do, you probably know that I wholly agree with sort of your closing points about how what part of the success of the Iliad and the Odyssey is their ability to, let's say, control other narrative traditions. And so part of what I've been thinking about is how they get that power. Right? What is the process from multiform to monument that allows them to have that gravity? And one of the ways I've been thinking about it lately, and this won't come as a surprise to everyone, is in contemplating the relationship between Star Wars universe narratives like that of Andor and the monumentality or the canonization of the original films, and sort of the contrast between what's secondary and tertiary and the freedom that the others have. So if you follow me just for a minute, in a show like Andor or Mandalorian, I think we're more in the space of, say, Greek tragedy, where people have a different genre and a different space, and they can use familiar characters and settings to explore things that are more of currency for their audiences. Whereas what we think we hear about the cyclic poems ends up in, weird narratives that have more to akin with the Phantom Menace than they do with the original Star Wars. And what I mean by this is the way that the canonized texts become limits for the things that follow them. And when we try to write narratives that respond to what's already established, we try to fill in the details, and we end up bounded by the very thing that we've monumentalized. So when it comes to the relationship between the Odyssey and the Telegony, as people typically have talked about it, and I mean Martin West and people of that sort, they tend to fall into this trap where they believe everything said about the Telegony, when all the evidence we have about the Telegony is collected in the effort of monumentalizing our Odyssey. And so when I first started reading your text, I was like, wait, why are we talking about the Telegony? And we're talking about it because it's a metonym. really. I think that's one of the things that I understand best about your paper is how the telegony works as a metonym. So the one thing, though, that I'm always struggling to find, and Justin has heard me talk about this a million times, is how do we know what audiences knew and didn't know? At a basic level, our proposition as Homerists, as mythographers, is that understanding the depth of the multiform enriches our experience of the texts and their complexity. But, and so for this, an audience is enriched by believing, or our understanding of the Odyssey is enriched by believing that audiences knew about Telegonus. But why just Telegonus? And I think you do a good job of sort of destabilizing that positivistic stance, right? By bringing up that there are lots of children and lots of possibilities for seeing them. So a couple more things, because nobody logged in to hear me, that I wanted to talk about, though, is that, so you bring out the other spots, well, where we might think about other children. I love where you talk about epichoric traditions. When you talk about the language of one child left behind in the home, I do think that there's a great possibility people will hear that and think, well, why only one? But I wonder as well if we could consider that to maybe be traditional language about child death and pregnancy loss instead, right? As sort of the way of thinking about how in a world where 40% of the children born don't reach adulthood, maybe there's periphrasis for thinking and referring to child survival. So that's one thought. The Munos and epic part, I like a lot. Elton Barker and I have worked on this a bit. And then I'd also consider, in what way is the Odyssey Orestean formed with that single son, right? Anybody who's lived in farming communities or looks into your own genealogies prior to the industrial age will see many, many children. And so I wonder how much ancient audiences saw the single son thing as a giant joke, right? Like, too often we talk about the solemnity of epic, but epic has a lot of play going on. There's a lot of fun there. So in that neologizing section where Telemachus says, oh, Cronus, son of Cronus made my line single, and then he says every one, I'm thinking ancient audiences are calling bullshit to anything going on there. But as a general rule, I think your focus on the surplus of children and the tension in the epic is great. The one thing I want to hear more about is your concept about where genealogies appear and don't. So Elton Barker and I have talked a lot about the genealogical catalogs in the Odyssey. We certainly weren't the first, and how they are intergeneric play. So do we think there's lots of genealogy in the telegony because ancient authors were trying to downplay the telegony? Are we underestimating what's going on with genealogies? And if we're thinking about that gravity epic gets and its political authority, should we be thinking about the name as well of Nestor's son Pisistratus and Erwin Cook's proposals and others for the Odyssey's Athenian character? And I think that aligns well with some of the things you say in the end about some of the Spartan and Chironian echoes of the other stories. So I have no idea if my response was coherent. I think partly this topic invites incoherency because it is, once you start peeling back the palimpsest, the difference about this type of palimpsest is there's no bottom, right? It is a text, it's a manuscript that keeps going until the end of time. So I appreciate what you've done here, sort of pointing us to specific layers. Responses or other questions? Vasili, I'll give you the first.
Thank you very much for your comments. And it never occurred to me that Munos may indicate that only one child survived from pregnancy. I will look into this for sure. I mean, in the palace of Odysseus. And I think that you asked why the telegony is packed with genealogy. I like to think that cyclic poems are a space, let's say, more free, with more freedom than the canonical epic compositions like the Iliad and the Odyssey, and everyone can pack them with anything that he or she wishes.
Okay.
And I really appreciated the Star Wars parallelism with the canon and the non-canonical text. I'm a fan too. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And just to add to that on the genealogical thing, imagine if we didn't have our Odyssey. We just had Proclus's awful version of it, and then a couple like passages. And what we had were passages from the Catalogue of Women and the genealogy of Arete and Alcinous, and maybe a couple others. We would think that the Odyssey was obsessed with genealogy, right? And so it's the particular features of the survival of our evidence about the telegony that makes me really nervous about that emphasis. So.
I totally agree.
So thank you. Other questions? I think we have time for a few more. Yeah, Effie?
Well, I truly enjoyed it so much. I didn't know that Odysseus had so many children, honestly. I thought, because I go with the canonical version, I always thought that, okay, you have Telemachus, okay, and Telegonos, okay. Now, I truly appreciate what you've done, Vasya. Honestly, you brought up, things that not details, actually elements of the story, which are not, always in the forefront. Now, what Joyce says, and I like that, and I suspect you've been talking with this with Justin. You said that you have been exchanging views on various things. Anyway, how do we know what the audience know? That's a very interesting question. And which narrative is actually the narrative which is prevalent in the audience? Now, probably we don't know what the audience knows, okay. But I'm thinking, because the telegony story is the most kinky one, okay? The telegony marries, Telegonus marries Penelope, and Penelope marries whom? No, did I mix it up? Okay.
You got it. She marries him, and he marries.
She marries Telegonus. Penelope marries Telegonus, and Telemachus marries.
Yes.
Okay, great. So one, I'm thinking, although I'm not an expert on vase paintings and all that, I'm sure that there are remnants and stories, parallel stories, or very popular stories of the Odyssey depicted on vase paintings or on vases. So perhaps we are not aware of how many stories the audience know. My opinion, my personal opinion, is that they know a lot of stories. They have a lot of alternatives in their minds. Why, Justin? Why are you laughing, Justin?
Oh, well, Joel just posted a comment to everybody. We have a new Latin term for.
Yes, exactly.
But I'm also laughing too, is because I feel like I've pushed to the limit what possible whispers of telegonus in the Odyssey, and at this point I don't even know if I believe my own argument. But it's exactly what you're getting at. Yeah,
I think they were we know very, very few stories. They probably knew quite a lot of different versions. That's why you have and it's not only about the epic stories or the let's say Homer, but also the tragic stories or the stories depicted in tragedy. You have multiple versions when you go to art, when you go to vase painting. So, but I'm not an archaeologist, so I'm not very well versed in that.
Well, and I think Stephen Lowensohn's Talking Vases essay from a generation ago made it clear that there's so much there. But I also think, to go back to the Star Wars thing, I also think about, we talk about, the oral palimpsest, but I'm also starting to think about an audience palimpsest, right? Because audiences change over time, and to say what an audience knows or doesn't know, doesn't like at which time, in which place, right? And also sometimes they just don't give a shit about other narrative traditions. I think in part, like when my kids who are 12 and 11 watch Andor, they don't care about the authority of the original trilogy, because that means nothing to them, because they didn't live in a period where it had cultural cachet in the same way. They're just enjoying an interesting story told in a familiar world. So I think like that's where Justin and I always get in this sort of like trap thinking about audiences, is like, how far can we go? We know we need to think about it, but you also get in sort of like indeterminacy that's inescapable. I do think we should probably go to the next paper. So it's my fault for going over. So thank you again, Dacia. I really enjoyed your articles too. So it's great to get to hear this work. So the next paper today is from Manami Yano, who is a PhD student in the Graduate School of Humanities and Sociology at the University of Tokyo, Japan. She is part of the Department of Classical Studies, and her research focuses on Hellenistic epic, the Argonautica. She's successfully submitted her master's degree from the University of Tokyo just in March, and I think deserves some congratulation too for starting a doctoral program in April. So welcome to this strange group, Manami. So she's continuing her research on the Argonautica, and is working on broadening her knowledge not only about Apollonius but other epic traditions as well. And everyone here knows I need to learn a lot about Apollonius to be able to hang with Manami. So Manami, I'm eager to hear your paper about ambush and heroic behavior in the epic cycle, Iliad, and Apollonius Rose.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and I'm so pleased to come here. So, could you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I start. My presentation is going to offer some theoretical observations on the ambush described in the Argonautica written by Apollonius Rhodius, not as an unheroic action in the relationship with deeds depicted in the Homeric epics, but as an ambivalent one which invites the audiences into the poetics of ambush. For this purpose, I indicate how Apollonius utilizes the implication of the ambush in the Cypria and the Odyssey. Ambush could be regarded as a traditional theme that appears in the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the Greek epic cycle. It means some types of epic heroes' actions caused at night, spying missions, raids on enemy camps, cattle rustling, and so on. The theme has been observed already by Due and Ebot, who express it in Rose Wars as a group of ideas regularly used in telling a tale of Homeric style of traditional song, while considering Homeric poetry as a system. As reflected in the Greek epic cycle and the Iliad 10, these kinds of actions are often considered unheroic and even unhomeric. Due and Ebot's study, mainly on the Iliad 10, however, tries to indicate the battle type of ambush, which is Lokos, as a kind of heroic and Homeric one, even if it is different from Polemos, conventional battle, and shows how the depictions of ambush illustrate an alternative type of warfare poetics, namely the poetics of ambush. My discussion is based on the observation. Ambush is related to the hero's Metis, cunning or tricky character, which is pointed out clearly by Edwards in his study about the contrast between Achilles and Odysseus of the Iliad and the Odyssey. According to his view, Lokos in the Iliad is a strategy employed mostly by the weak and cowardly heroes. On the other hand, Lokos in the Odyssey can be considered as a more positive one, and this contrast reflects that of Achilles' VA and Odysseus' Metis, which directs our attention to a profound difference in the ethical values of the poems. It means Metis in the Iliad is the last resort to resist someone impossible to overcome openly. But in the Odyssey, a hero who fights with disruptors of justice and social order must rely upon their cunning to do so, since they have no other means. Finally, it was also pointed out that the logos functions as an essential tool that leads to the development of the plot in the Odyssey, while in the Iliad it represents the general view according to which the ambush is a stratagem by which the weak defend themselves against the injustice of more powerful foe. However, Rue and Ebot insist that the relationship between heroism and the theme of ambush is more complicated. They consider that Achilles, Odysseus, and Diomedes in the Iliad and the Greek epic cycle are depicted as heroes who are outstanding in both polemos and logos. Based on the Iliad setting, which depicts the conversation between Meriones and Idomeneus, the ambush is not for the lesser or based in cowardice, but for a brave man. This is similar to the Odyssey. This criticism reveals modern notions of heroic behavior have colored our approaches to Homeric epic, and the conclusion is that the different positions of ambush are distinctions between two overreaching thematic clusters or mega-themes, of which the Iliad and the Odyssey in many of its episodes and each the best and in fact only surviving representatives. Therefore, the studies mentioned above illustrates that ambush is a type of warfare which supplies a characteristic image of cunningness to the hero who practices it, especially in the Odyssey, and it is acted by a brave man, neither unheroic nor even unhomeric. My purpose is not to make the developed conclusion of Dewey and Ebot's study that points out ambush as a kind of heroic theme in Homeric poetry. Alternatively, the below arguments show the possibility, on the basis of their observations, that Apollonios Rhodius, a Hellenistic period poet who studied Homeric epics, regards ambush not as an unheroic action and reflects this image on his work, the Argonautica. These discussions about the Jason's characters, including that regarding him as either heroic or unheroic, are frequently inquired in study of his heroism in the Argonautica, and it is thought-provoking to find out the perspective of Apollonios Rhodius for elucidating his adaptation of this complicated theme, ambush. Jason is a hero who is often evaluated as unheroic and Americanos in correlation with the new, namely Hellenistic style of epic. It seems that Frenkel or Karspeken's arguments began this kind of evaluation, like equally regarding Jason as one of the ordinary men. The late studies, however, have revealed that Jason connotes the characteristics of Homeric heroes. In particular, Peach criticizes sharply that Jason should be grasped in the range of traditional Homeric heroes, and the way in which previous scholarship has viewed is not appropriate for Jason, because such conclusions were made under the great influence of the modern concepts, like the difference between classic and modern literature, which had been defined in 18th century Germany. Agreeingly, in my research, which checks how Apollonius utilizes the words in the Iliad and the Odyssey for expressing the actions of Jason, it is clear that he depicts Jason as an outstanding hero by adapting skillfully Homeric words which describe the hero's deeds. Despite this probable criticism, why has Jason been regarded as an unheroic hero, as the previous studies focus on his negative sides? One of the arguable scenes is the ambush depicted in the Argonautica Book 4. In the discussion of this scene, there is a possibility that the fixed image of the ambush formed in the study of the Iliad 10 or the Greek epic cycle casts a shadow over the interpretation of Jason's heroism in its following research. Jason ambushes Medeia's brother Apsyrtus. His mother is at first mentioned by Jason as Dolon, and the specific plan is proposed by Medea. This Doros is carried by Jason and Medea. This ambush has been regarded as a tragic error taken from Medea's escape and a typically unheroic action of Jason because of his cowardly method. However, a paper which probably first focuses on this scene and examines the complicated and Homeric element is written by Kalinsky. Then, Mori proposes the opinion to understand the scene in its similarity to Troilus' ambush in Cypria. It says it is difficult to understand how the fatal trap set by Medea for her own half-brother can appear in a favorable, let alone heroic light, and examines the reasons for this shift in the characterization of the epic hero. But her view is based on the idea in which ambush is not a sign of irredeemable cowardice in the history and myth. The episode of Troilus' murder has some resemblances to Absolutus one, like both of the victims are the young Eastern princes be killed by the Greek heroes who know their sisters, and their corpses are mutilated. Morris regards the ambush in the Cypria as a precedent of Jason's action and raises a question about the interpretation of Jason's Dolochtasia as intrinsically unheroic. She contends it is hard to resist the impression that Apollonius is intentionally playing with his audience's notion of the heroic. Consistent with Morris' opinion, Hunter indicates the cyclic material of the scene and thinks Apollonius uses the cycle as one of the ways in which he establishes his poetic voice against that of Homer. Hunter's examination shows that this scene recalls Agamemnon's murder, which depicted mostly in the Nostoi, the Aeschylus tragedy, and also mentioned in the Odyssey. Apollonius narrates Doron heil knonto, but post hoste megan archea tauron plexen. And as Hunter points out, these expressions recall those of at Odyssey Book 4 and 11, the scenes which depict Agamemnon's murder. Certainly, like Mori and Hunter's opinion, Jason's ambush scene should be considered in the relationship with the Greek epic cycle. The implication to the cycle, and especially the death of Agamemnon depicted also in the Odyssey, however, gives the possibility to regard Jason's character as Metis, equal to the character for Odysseus, and to understand this scene as a representation of the poetics of ambush defined by Due and Ebot. It was considered the story of Agamemnon's return and death as it is presented in the Odyssey shows many corresponds to the return of Odysseus. It suggests that Aegisthus ambushes Agamemnon in the plan to Clytemnestra like the suitor ambushed Telemachus. These Agamemnon and Telemachus ambushes set the stage for a conflict of guile between Odysseus and his foe, namely the wooden horse episode told in the Odyssey 4, 8, and 11. The Locos concluded the Trojan War. Odysseus in the Odyssey is mentioned 3 times to see the excellence of his Locos. Based on these cases and Edward's observations, in the Odyssey, the ambush is not a warfare type that should be regarded as a cowardly, even unheroic one. And I can even suggest, paradoxically, that Agamemnon's case is just one of the representative episodes of this warfare type, which includes Odysseus' heroic cases. Therefore, not only in the Greek epic cycle, but also in the Odyssey, ambush suggests a positive and heroic image. Furthermore, the warfare type of ambush is an ambivalent one, which could not be judged in such a dichotomic way as unheroic versus heroic, Homeric versus unhomeric. On the basis of this view, it is possible to see that Apollonius' reminder of Agamemnon's murder by selecting the words used in the Odyssey does not simply imply the unheroic or unhomeric Jason. but shows one of two overreaching thematic clusters or mega themes, of which the Iliad and the Odyssey in many of its episodes are each the best and in fact only surviving representatives. In addition to this theoretical suggestion, Apollonius describes as heroes both Jason and Apsyrtus, and it reveals that, in his point of view, the ambush is a kind of hero's battle. And also, Apollonius uses the allusive words which used for heroes' actions in the Iliad and the Odyssey. I cut the explanation but show the examples in the red letters. And he shows the heroic Argonauts in the Argonautica Book 1, but the situation set in front of heroes is different from Homer. Here, there is the conventional battle scene but caused at night, and heroes tragically kill their supporter King Kyklos by their misunderstandings. Like these cases, sometimes Apollonius uses the heroic and Homeric words but sets the complicated situation and result. And in the case of Agamemnon Book 4, in the case of Argonautica Book 4, he invites the audiences into the ambivalent poetics of ambush. If my supposition could show the high possibility, I leave the following question about the ambivalence. Why the situation set behind the battle scenes in the Argonautica is so complicated? As Mori said, does Apollonius intentionally play with his audience's notion of the heroic as a Hellenistic poet? I hope to seek this by studying other elements of the Argonautica. Thank you for listening. This is my bibliography.
Thank you, Manami, for that paper. I think that you do an excellent job of indicating what is so true about Hellenistic poets like Apollonius Rhodes, and that they're often better readers of Homer than we ever can be. Right, and a couple things that I just want to bring out there is, the work you build on from Edwards and Ebbett and Douay is straining against a misunderstanding of how ancient epic works. Right, this very notion that there's a heroic behavior or unheroic behavior when it comes to warfare falls apart if you actually read the epics carefully. Right, and so to an extent, this the vision you mentioned between Achilles and Odysseus and BA and Metis is set up as a contrast to collapse. Essentially, it doesn't work, and part of what the Iliad and the Odyssey do, I think, is motivate the separation between the worlds of gods and men, and also trouble heroes for us. And so that may be, Vasili, another reason, if we want to argue that genealogy is less important in the Odyssey, is because we want to get away from that world, right? The Odyssey is pointing to a world of actual human beings who live and die, etc. But back to the Apollonius paper, I think part of the point of early Greek epic is that all heroic behavior incites ambivalence in us. Right? It's not to be emulated. It's problematic. And so the whole earlier notion of the unheroic ambush just gets it all wrong. All heroic behavior is dangerous. So when you engage with the scene, I think you do a really good job of teasing out the reception of that tradition in Apollonius Rhodes. And I'm wondering if we can go a little further with it, right? So we know that Apollonius was reading Homer and tragedians, but I also wonder if we need to think about the Orphic Argonautica. Do we need to think about iconography? So one of the things you flirt with in your paper, but you need to push perhaps a little more, is that the ambush scene of Troilus is really popular in Greek art, right? But does it have a correspondence in narratives? Were there stories that Apollonius had access to that we don't? And so oftentimes, because of that canonical black hole of the Homeric epic sucking everything into it, we're often thinking, well, Telemachus, Rhodes were engaging with these traditions only, but Apollonius Rhodes was also reading his Euripides, which brings us again to Jason. So Jason as a hero is probably the saddest sack hero in ancient epic. Just across the board, like he just doesn't come off that great. right? And so I'm wondering if we can think about sort of a multi-dimensional intertextuality here. At what point is Apollonius writing for someone who may know a different Jason, right? Or who may be thinking about Jason and Medea? And how does the presence of two other things change Jason as a hero? And those two other things are an actual coalition of heroes who make his journey possible, which Odysseus and Achilles lack, and a strong woman who actually is the responsible hero in this entire myth. So those are just some, again, random thoughts, but I think you definitely set the foundation for what's going to be a remarkable and fascinating study. Manami? Sorry, I said a lot. Do you want a chance to respond, or should we go to more questions?
Thank you so much for your suggestions.
I know I can sometimes be incoherent. Why don't we start the question then, if it's more direct and coherent? Yosh?
Well, thank you very much. So my point is a little observation that Manami rightly pointed out that the attitude towards ambush is different from Iliad to Odyssey, and there's also ambiguity in general, and that difference between Odyssey and Iliad, and also the ambiguity, both can be seen, I thought, in the passage which Federico dealt with earlier today, the wooden horse, one of the accounts of the wooden horse, in which the Greek soldiers are inside the wooden horse. Odysseus wants to wait till the right moment when soldiers go out, but Neoptolemus, who is seen as a right heir to Achilles, right heir to the hero Iliad, wants to go out as early as possible. That means to jeopardize the this ambush. So the difference between the two, the Odyssey poet was, I think, conscious about this different attitude towards ambush between Iliad and Odyssey, and also the Odyssey poet was conscious about the ambiguity as well, ambiguity, heroic or heroicness of ambush. That was my little suggestion and observation.
Thank you so much.
And so one more thought I had before I turn over to other questions, we go to the next panel, as well as that passage you have about the Dolos that Jason has. It made me think back to Hesiod's Theogony, where the plan of Gaia about Uranos is called the Dolos, and where trickiness is really associated with women. And so in a way, Argonautica returns to some of the gender dynamics of the Theogony that are more or less absent from the Iliad and a little more prominent in the Odyssey. And so that may be a little more space to think about sort of a trans-epic intertextuality. So thank you. Any other questions? I know we're 2 minutes over our allotted time, but I don't want to short Manami on questions. All right, Justin, I wasn't going to invoke you, but since you came out yourself.
Yeah, not a question so much as just an observation that I think that your paper, Manami, brings, it highlights, and just to echo what Joel said, Hellenistic readers are often very good readers of Homer. And I think we are trained early to see anything that a Hellenistic poet does must be an inversion of Homer, right? Because they're always working against the tradition. But I think that also, I think we have to admit that people like Apollonius and up through the librarians of Alexandria, they knew Homer well too. And so I think sometimes Apollonius is just telling it straight and is assigning truly Homeric things to his characters, and so that's just one observation that I think we can take Apollonius seriously in some cases, and I think you're totally right about assigning this not unheroic behavior to Jason. Also, when you compared the ambush, there was a brief slide where you kind of at the motif level compared the ambush in the Cypria and the ambush in Apollonius on like three characteristics of like knowing the sister of the victim and ambushing someone who was, I think, from an Eastern place. I really like that kind of insight, because I think that, again, these Hellenistic readers, the librarians of Alexandria, even into the Scholia of Homer and Pindar and Aeschylus, I think that these folks knew the epic cycle better than we did also, and knew those traditions well. And so it's an interesting exercise to look for vestiges of maybe not so much the epic cycle, but multi-forms of this Homeric tradition, to look to Apollonius for examples of that. So I really like how you just kind of cut Homer out in that instance and said, look at the Cypria and look at Apollonius and look at these similarities. And I think that that's a really good exercise to find these multiforms that would have existed over what we would call chronologically a much longer stretch of time than what just Homer is giving us. So good job. I really enjoyed the paper.
Thank you, Justin. And thank you. Can we have a round of applause for both of the speakers in my panel again? Thank you both. I really appreciate you sharing your work with us, and I look forward to seeing what you do with it in the future. And I believe with that, do I pass back over to you, Effie?
Thank you, Joel. You did a great job along with with Manami and Vasya. Now, the last session with just one paper, one presentation, is chaired by dear Justin, who has been with me along this long path this year. Now, Justin, I have your bio here, and okay, allow me to read some of the lines that you sent to post it on the site of the CHS. Now, Justin is assistant professor in the Department of Classics at the University of Tennessee. His primary research interests include Homeric epic, oral poetics, and the Greek epic cycle. He has authored and co-authored articles on comparative epic cycles, Theban tradition in epic, the telegony tradition, and the composition, structure, and themes of Archaic Greek epic. His primary interest in the Greek epic cycle emerged from larger questions about the nature of Homeric epics themselves, especially the question of how they interact with tradition and the roles naturality, textuality, and literacy may or may not have played in the formation of the epics as we have them. His most recent work, Arete and the Odysseus' Poetics of Interrogation, the Queen and Her Question, Oxford 2022, combines these questions and interests to investigate the role of the enigmatic Phaeacian queen, Arete, in the Odyssey structure and poetics. In short, Arete is at heart of an epic scale poetics of interrogation used throughout the Odyssey to negotiate Odysseus' Kleos or epic renown, further adding to what we know about the Odyssey's relationship to ancient Greek performance traditions and comparative bodies of oral and oral-derived literatures. Actually, reading your CV or your presentation, your bio, makes me think that you are the proper person to be here. Okay, you have done all these things that there are, being discussed and rediscussed throughout the day. So, Justin, the floor is yours. You are the last to conclude the whole Kyklos, so you can start if you like.
Thank you, Effie. And before I introduce John, while I have the floor and the opportunity, I want to thank you, Effie, for your not just organization this year, but your presence in this project from the beginning. You know, I was like you mentioned, I was a grad student when I gave a presentation for the second cycle. We called it a teleconference then because Zoom wasn't really a thing. And, you know, it was the environment you've fostered is so friendly and so crucial. And I can really credit a lot of success I had later to just being in that virtual space and getting being welcomed into a community of scholars and being given really great feedback. And so that for me, the Kyklos project, you know, it holds a special place for me. And I'm glad to now be a more formal part of it. So thank you for all of those opportunities. So if everyone can give a round of applause to Effie for her excellent directorship, and hopefully it continues for years to come. So,
thank you.
And thank you for the introduction too. I'm very excited to introduce to you all Dr. John Forshee, and I'll read a prepared bio I have here, but I'm just fascinated with John's background in music, of all things, and how that has transitioned into work on Greek epic and the epic cycle. So I'm really excited to hear his paper. I've had a little preview of it, and I'm fascinated by the topic, and I look to hear more. But to give you a little more specific information about John, John's a composer, music theorist, and a writer based at the University of Colorado Springs. He is a composer of vibrant, innovative music for a diversity of acoustic and electroacoustic ensembles, with many works focused on collaborations and emerging media. An ardent researcher of ancient Greek music and Greek literary forms, John's musical work takes flight from his investigations, seeking to engage ancient practices and literary conventions in new ways. His compositions have been premiered throughout the United States, Europe, and in China, and are also frequently broadcast on radio and on the web. Recently, John's book chapter, Apocalyptic Time and the Time of Apokatastasis, appeared in Music in the Apocalyptic Mode, which I would love to read, released by Brill in 2023. Among John's current activities is the composition of an extensive radio play of the Odyssey, which I want to hear more about as well, featuring live acoustic instruments to be performed and broadcast live in 2024, as well as a new work for solo classical guitar, which is rhythmically inspired by the scansion of the Siren Song in Book 12, the poem. So we all look forward to hearing John's paper today, called The Odyssey and the Greek Epic Cycle, Kyklos and Metaphors of Circularity. So John, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. And thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm just thrilled to be here. I feel like we're just getting started. I think I've got another 4 hours in me if you all are game. I'd like to also express a deep gratitude and thanks to Effie Karapansa and Justin Arft. It's really been a pleasure to prepare this research and this paper. And as Justin has mentioned, as a composer, this research has a direct bearing on my creative practice and the work that I compose, as does ancient Greek music. But I found today to be absolutely inspired. So thank you again, Effie and Justin, for such an amazing morning. This has really been something. And humbling, I might say, quite humbling with the diversity of topics and insights. I would have done well to have read many of these papers before writing my own. So I will just hop in. I've got this set up here. Let me make sure I can get my screen shared properly. Okay, can you see that? Does it say the title of my?
Yep, we've got it.
Okay, cool. Sorry, that's a little strange here. So I'll just dive in. Thank you so much. This essay finds in the word cycle, kyklos, a clue or hermeneutic to articulating a compositional device likely shared between the Odyssey and the broader Trojan cyclic poems. Kyklos is a historically ambiguous term and may refer to any circular body like a wheel, a trencher, a place of an assembly, or the people standing in a ring, the vault of the sky, a circular dance, a rounded period, a globe, a kind of anapest, the ring composition. And as a side note, I should also like very much to follow up more on Professor Nagy's explanation of the chariot wheel, especially as it relates to composition in performance, as he calls it in his book, Homeric Questions. In general, it would appear that Kyklos, designating a cycle of epic poems, ought to be taken metaphorically. Considering such metaphors, that of ring form or ring composition is not an inappropriate interpretation, as this device harnesses a motion of inversion and repetition and is found throughout the Iliad and the Odyssey. In the Odyssey in particular, repetition and inversion performs several poetic functions. It would seem natural that the poets of the epic poems made some use of the same conventions found in the Odyssey, and that reflections on the role of such conventions in the Odyssey could suggest something about the form and structure of the other Trojan epics. In the Odyssey, devices such as parallelisms, formulas, and narrative doublets have been shown to respectively impart emphasis, to complete the metric pattern, and to foreshadow events of the poem in compelling ways. I'm thinking of Salmons and Lord here especially. As a composer, I have a special interest in such forms and how such forms may inform and create meaning in musical context as well. In this investigation, I first attempt to demonstrate how the narrative principle of inversion and repetition is manifested in the Odyssey through three compositional devices: chiasmus, hysteron proteron, and ring composition. This reading is directed at the powerful way in which ring composition elaborates a striking, long-range poetic image over the course of books 9 through 12 of the poem. As the principle of inversion and repetition is enacted on multiple levels of the Odyssey and of the text, a brief overview of terms seems appropriate. Chiasmus is a compositional device in which a sentence or extended passage begins and ends with the same words or ideas. In such an arrangement, a central action or theme is encircled by repetitions or slight variations of preceding and succeeding phrases and ideas. An example of a simple grammatical chiasmus is found in Odysseus' description of Circe's preparation of wine for Odysseus' crew in book 10. Here it is. Oino pramneo ekuka anemisga de cito. Pramnian wine she fixed and mixed in grain. And I just happen to love this little nugget that I came across. This scheme may be formalized as A-B-B-A, probably familiar with this formalization, and focuses attention on the central dyad fixed and mixed as activities of Circe's craft and as an evocation of the transformative powers wielded by the goddess. Welch notes that chiasmus is normally contained within the structure of individual lines, although isolated cases exist in which complicated chiastic figures extend over a number of lines as well. Hysteron proteron, the latter first, is a device which expands the scope of inversion and repetition from the structure of individual lines to an inversion in the narrative order of events, thoughts, or themes spanning many lines. In the Odyssey, Homer's convention is to frame multiple questions and responses with an inversional hysteron-proteron design, with many instances of multiple questions being answered in reverse order. A famous example of hysteron-proteron in just such an exchange is found in Odysseus' encounter with his mother, Anticlea, in the underworld in Odyssey 11. In this passage, Odysseus asks his mother, what fate of pitiless death overcame her? Did she die of disease, or did Artemis slay her? What of his father? What of his son? Has someone else taken power yet? And how is his wife? And has she remained faithful? Anticlea answers, reversing the order of Odysseus' inquiries. She remains with steadfast heart, and Odysseus hauls. The noble honor that was his, no man yet possesses. Telemachus holds Odysseus' lands unchallenged. His father lies sorrowing, longing for Odysseus' return. Neither did the archer goddess, Artemis, assail her with gentle shafts, nor did any disease come upon her. It was longing for Odysseus which robbed her of honey-sweet life. Reserving the answer to the first question until the end of her response, the rhetorical force of finality underscores both the depths of Anticlea's suffering as well as her son's culpability for it. Given the symmetry and resulting emphasis of this exchange over so many lines of text, it would seem that the hysteron-proteron principle is here not only anchored in the necessities of oral poetry, but serves rhetorical purposes as well. Regarding such designs, Bassett, 1936, I think, observes that this inversion cannot be accidental. The poet must invert intentionally. As a composer, I'm often obsessed with questions of what was the intent of the writer, of the composer? What did Mozart mean? What did Homer mean? So I appreciate that Bassett articulates that this is not an accident from his perspective. It must be intentional. In some cases, Homer uses hysteron-proteron only partially, as in the exchange between Odysseus and Alcinous right before Odysseus' apologoi in chapter 8. Here, the partial hysteron-proteron and resulting parallelism goes as follows. Alcinous asks Odysseus' name. Alcinous asks where he comes from. Where was he driven off course, and why does he weep? Odysseus answers only the last question in reverse, answering the others in order. He begins by praising the bard Demodocus. Odysseus gives his name, then he answers he is from Ithaca, and then he finally begins to tell of his homecoming from Troy. In this exchange, the hybrid hysteron-proteron and parallelism, I might call that a cocktail hysteron-proteron parallelism, seems to accomplish two functions. First, when Odysseus begins his response with praise for Demodocus, and thereby poets in general, and Homer, who was also reportedly non-cited like Demodocus, Odysseus shows the hospitality due to his hosts and also seems to forecast the connection between Demodocus' tales and Odysseus' forthcoming apologoi. Second, by continuing his responses in order of Alcinous questions and giving his name, Odysseus lends credence to what he is about to impart by the kleos of his name, about which Demodocus has just sung. The fabulous stories which follow are to be believed, recounted as they are by such an illustrious figure as Odysseus, son of Laertes. Ring composition or ring form is the lengthiest instance of inversion and repetition discussed in this essay. And this formal design encircles entire narratives with multi-line reversals of events, ideas, or actions. Contrasted with chiasmus, which is usually found on the order of single lines and performs on both grammatical and rhetorical levels, ring composition offers the ability to create thematic and structural balance over extended passages of narration and may include chiasmus in its construction. Indeed, it may be described as chiastic, if not a chiasmus itself. Far from being only a formal convenience for oral poets as a kind of mnemonic to aid in performance, ring composition offers a way of organizing narrative to emphasize the moral or thematic focus of the text. As hysteron-proteron generalizes the inversional dynamic of the chiasmus for spoken exchanges in Homer, ring composition generalizes this design from the question-response format to describe long-range symmetrical forms. Instances of ring composition can be found throughout both the Odyssey and the Iliad, and indeed ring form has been proposed as the structural principle behind both poems in their entirety. And I'm thinking especially of Whitman in Homer and the heroic tradition, which has also been very, very helpful. It has also been claimed that the entire epic cycle, from the Cypria to the Telegony, ends in a way that creates a kind of return to a state of being in which the divine and human worlds coalesced. In figure 1, sorry, I'm still kind of reading. In figure 1, most draws detailed attention to the ring form of Odysseus storytelling to Achilles and the Phaeacians and highlights notable symmetries. For example, the mythological episodes beginning with the Lotus Eaters and ending with Calypso are bracketed off from the other destinations of the tales twice by a 2-day storm. The image of waves as functional poetic images is discussed further below. This bracketing out of tales leaves the encounter with the Kyklos and the island of Phaeacia as liminal spaces between the world of myth and the world of humans. The Kyklos are evidently not located far from Troy, and the island utopia of Scheria seems to exist in both the worlds of myth and humans at once, both of these being like threshold destinations in the journey home. And here on the figure, I've also followed Most's example where he identifies that the Cyclops and Lastrygonians, Scylla and Charybdis and Scylla feature man-eating or cannibalistic violent episodes. So I put those in red to preserve his analysis. In his diagram, Most also underlines the episodes where Odysseus encounters cannibals, revealing a symmetry of violent encounters before and after the Nequia. I have included the number of lines for each episode to illustrate how, with the exception of the Nequia, the stories of Odysseus Apologoi are delivered in groups of 3, with the third story of each group being longer than the preceding 2. Elaborating on the centrality of ring compositions to epic poetry and archery at the dark of the moon, Norman Austin goes so far as to suggest that, given the instances of framing structures in the Odyssey, readers find that ring composition is a way of life, indeed, for this period. In Arf's article, Structure as Sema, attention is drawn to the importance of the midpoints or middles in such ring structures in the Odyssey, and articulates the locus of meaning at the midpoint of such designs, distinguishing between structural or concrete middles and liminal or abstract liminals. And again, research I found extremely elucidating for my thinking. Further, each episode in the Apologoi may be interpreted in light of ring form as well. The Kyklopeia, the encounter with the Cyclops of chapter 9, suggests a well-defined ring composition with the longest passage, the scenes inside Polyphemus Cave, forming the middle pillar of the scheme. The Aeolus episode, book 10, is also cast as a ring form and one with a unique profile. This episode has Odysseus arriving at Aeolus Island, departing the island with a bag of all winds except the west wind, which is left free to blow Odysseus' ships home. After the bag is opened by Odysseus' crew, the winds are released and, within sight of Ithaca's shores, blow the ships back to Aeolus' floating island. This episode is ring form in miniature and rewinds the forward progress of the action, losing Odysseus and his men 1 full month at least. As illustrated above, the compositional devices chiasmus, hysteron, proteron, and ring composition enable symmetries within the line, within conversational exchanges between characters, and within entire episodes, books, and poems. But the narrative symmetries enabled here are not only mnemonic conveniences, but serve poetic functions as well. A reciprocal relationship between form and content blossoms throughout Homer's poem, with form helping to materialize the poetic images of the narrative. In his priceless study on poetic conventions of form and epic poetry, William Thalman reflects on the audience reception of such forms and advises that we must not think of the structural forms as abstractions with an existence independent of their content. They are particular manifestations of an entire way of thinking, and their very existence as conventions is explained by that fact. And this mentality was common to poet and audience, Thalman claims. Compositional devices of inversion and repetition are conventions which produce poetic effects, and I believe, at least I'm in the camp now, that early audiences would have been receptive to these in performance. In recounting his wonderland tales to Alcinous and the Phaeacians, Odysseus unfurls a thrilling sequence of ring compositions, which, in their frequency of presentation and increasing hindrance of Odysseus' homecoming, create remarkable poetic images akin to waves. I have this very visual image in this part of the poem especially. Indeed, in the content of the stories, oceanic waves feature prominently. The two-day storm after the Kyklos episode, the waves created by Polyphemus after throwing boulders at Odysseus' ships, and the two-day storm after the Calypso episode, and the waves of Eno's intervention are just a few of the waves functional in the narrative. A poetic effect achieved in these ring-form stories is a quick succession of waves of narration breaking upon the shores of the main story and readers' imaginations. In wave upon wave of each Wonderland episode, Odysseus the narrator is able to emphasize the physical and intellectual prowess his survival has taken, thereby bolstering his case to the Phaeacians that he be helped on his way home as quickly as possible. The poet also allows for the reader to journey with Odysseus, as the quick turnover of episodes hurries the narrative along until Odysseus' arrival at the shores of Scheria. As cited above, the entire Alkinou apologoi, from Odysseus' departure from Troy up through his arrival in Scheria, may be described by ring form, with Odysseus Nequia as the central pillar of the scheme. By organizing the events of the Alkinou apologoi along such an inversional structural scheme, content and form are inextricably reciprocally bound together in a single poetic expression of harried homecoming, which would surely have delivered a performative punch to early audiences familiar with these conventions. It is my proposed familiarity with such inversion and repetition compositional devices throughout all levels of composition and performance, shared between poet and audience, that offers a possible link and hermeneutic between the Odyssey and the epic cycle. Taking Kyklos in as signifying ring form or circular composition, it would not be surprising to find instances of this formal device throughout the other epic poems as well. In this light, formal conventions such as chiasmus and histron proteron were likely prominent characteristics of the Kypria, the Aethiopis, the Little Iliad, the Sack of Troy, the Nostoi, and the Telegony as well. The Nostoi in particular surely made great poetic use of ring composition, relating the returns of other Iliadic heroes besides Odysseus, as it does, or as it is purported to. By reading the Odyssey with an eye and a feeling for the poetic import, and I really mean that poetic feeling of such formal conventions, further details of the structure, content, and poetic imagery of the other Trojan epics may surely be suggested and revealed. And here's my quick bibliography, and thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Oof, wow.
Thank you, John.
Stop share. All right, thank you.
There we go.
Yes,
yeah, thank you for that paper. And we've emailed a little bit, but it's funny. We've kind of, I can't resist. We've come full circle, I guess you could say. And I have, just several things I want to ask and say, but I want to start by asking, kind of pointing out a methodological problem and just giving you open rein in responding to it, And so, Greg Naj was here, of course, offering his view of the word Kyklos as it relates to a wheel as a finely crafted object, right? Mm-hmm. And as a metaphor for the whole body of poetry, right? And in Greg's thinking, and I think he's right about this, is that the distinctions between what we now call the epic cycle and what we might call the Iliad and the Odyssey, they kind of disappear when we start thinking of an entire body of poetry, right? And in some ways, the idea of the wheel is helpful because it represents that whole tradition and something that is put together in a really intricate way, right? And so when we talk about these ring compositions, we want to say, okay, this is put together in a very intricate way. So who's the putter together, right? At the same time, though, if we take away any imposed superstructure, right? Take away the artifice, take away the composition, we still have the whole, right? But it is an amorphous, multiform whole of all of tradition that any given poet would have to draw from, right? So we have this tension between this amorphous cloud that any singer could draw from, right? And yet we can circumscribe it. We can literally draw a circle around it and impose a beginning and an end on it. So I'm glad you brought up the fact that like the way that the Kypria to the telegony could even be thought of as a kind of ring structure, is there's similarities from the notional beginning of this cycle to the end of it, right? And then the question arises, of course, is this something we are imposing on it, or did that exist naturally? So as you were talking, and you're talking about all these rings, and the rings are everywhere, right? The rings are everywhere in Homer. You can throw 3 darts at the Odyssey and find a ring, a beginning and end and a middle between them, right? And so we take away that superstructure and we just have stuff, right? We just have episodes. We have all these, what we would call otherwise traditional stories, especially like in the epilogue and the tales that Odysseus. And so we get to watch a poet in the Odyssey give those structure, right? And create beginnings, create middle points, create ends. And so with all of that said, that we have this tension between a designer and then also kind of an inert, amorphous tradition. Are these structures, do they naturally exist because of performance? Is it something that performers simply have to do? Is it a tool that any performer would have used? Therefore, would we, like as you say, we would expect to find them in cyclic poems as much as an Iliad or an Odyssey? Or is it something that is created on paper, so to speak, and I'm being a little glib with this because I obviously don't believe that's the case, but it raises the question of like, where do these structures come from, right? And how much can a single poet be assigned authority in creating these, or are they something that just must exist in tradition so the next poet can grab onto it and build from it? And I'm sure that as a musical composer, you probably have some insights into this, but that's a lot of information. So respond however you will. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts.
No, thank you so much, Justin. Oh gosh, all of this is just right up my alley with everything that's been on my mind for months now. First, I do want to mention your first observation about the rings are everywhere. Now, I suspected as much, and before I really dove deep into this, prior to this, through apocalyptic literature, actually like Book of Daniel and some of the other ring composition we find there, I suspected quite a bit, but I had no idea that these texts were so replete, and not just on the order of the action in translation, but in the ancient Greek too, the same invocation of words, of homonyms and words that sound similar or play off of each other in the ancient Greek is something that I've heard happens in ancient Hebrew scripture as well. Adam, the Garden of Eden, apparently there's some beautiful ring structures in Genesis. And I feel a little bit like that movie Pi, where someone is cautioned against numerology, because if you start becoming obsessed with the number 23, you'll discover it's 23 steps to the elevator. You're waiting 23 seconds at the stoplight. You find it everywhere. And I started to feel that way with ring composition as well in these poems. Like, am I just finding these because I want to, or like I'm looking for them, or are they there in a palpable, defensible way? Mary Douglas, in her book, Thinking in Circles, which I noticed you also mentioned in your article, discusses this a little at the beginning of her text, where she cites examples of ring composition in Hebrew, ancient Hebrew texts, Aramaic texts, in Zoroastrian scripture. a few other, ancient Chinese literature, a few other ancient traditions that are so separated from each other geographically that there's really no way that this could be in the air, so to speak, as I understand it. And her proposal, which intuitively makes sense to me, is that there is something possibly neurologically in the DNA of human experience, something about the symmetries that we experience and that we help use to make sense of the world on a day-to-day basis. I suspect, without having any hard evidence, that there's something kind of inherent in the human condition and in the biological makeup of our bicameral mind that perhaps speaks to, or at least enables or accommodates some of this circle thinking. But I've had the very same question. I've been really baffled by the connection between the composition in performance, so pre-text, and then that transition or that evolution or progression to text, written down to written text. Chiasmus makes a lot of sense to me in terms of scrolls. If I have a scroll that I'm going to unfurl, perhaps the most important or poignant information is right at that opening point of the scroll. And I've often carried this as an image of one of the rhetorical purposes of chiasmus. But in thinking about composition in performance, there is a bit of that. I think there's a lot of that mnemonic memory aid dimension to this kind of structural thinking. But as a musician, the way that it's deployed makes all the difference. The way for me that the poet or that Homer, has this quicksilver succession of stories leading up to the middle, of the whole poem. I liken it to an cello rondo in a great symphony. Perhaps coming to the end of a big first movement. For some reason, I'm thinking something romantic, like Beethoven, perhaps. There's a way to create expectation, anticipation, and perhaps a little bit of anxiety in the audience through a cello rondo or acceleration of events or ideas. And it's the particular deployment of these forms and conventions that I think is so ingenious and inspired and multi-layered throughout the Iliad also, but I happen to be in love with the Odyssey right now. I think that's one of the things that keeps us coming back, is that there's imminently something musical. And that's something that I feel like I didn't quite articulate very well in my text, is that it's not just the presence of these conventions in the other epic poems, but the deployment of them in the way that Homer deploys them for poetic and rhetorical effect beyond a mnemonic. So, golly, I feel like I could keep talking.
Oh, no, it inspires conversation. So speaking of which, Joel, we've got Joel and Francis who both have questions. I want to get to them real quick before I do. I will send you. You might look into the work of Elizabeth Minchin, who has done some work with corpus linguistics and cognitive linguistics, and she would argue. She uses arguments to say that this ring composition is actually is a very natural thing in human speech. We do it all the time, right? So, but yeah, Joel, go ahead.
John, thank you for this. I'm with Justin in sharing on the fact that you're a musician, musicologist who's coming to this, because we both think too many of our colleagues in Homeric studies don't have that knowledge. And so I asked Justin if I should even say anything, and he said, go ahead, because I've been thinking, he and I have been thinking together and separately about ring composition and the structures and how it works. And I have a theory that I'll share. I've just completed a manuscript that's a prolonged application of biological analogies to understand how Homeric poetry and storytelling works. And one of the things I suggest in it, drawing on Mark Turner's The Literary Mind, is that almost every device and structure in epic is in a ring form, because it is anticipating the way that we as audience members engage with story. And so I'll give you two quick examples. So one is a simile. Every simile in Homer opens with "it's like this" and ends with "it's like that." They shift in the middle and they move you from inside the poem to the simile and then outside again. And I think this works the same way that the parabolic storytelling or the cognitive blend works from Turner's perspective. And that's that when I tell you a story and I tell Justin's story at the same time, neither of you hear the same story. You hear two separate stories that are a blend of your own experiences and what you hear and the story I tell you. And so they only come to match up when we talk about them sort of simultaneously, but they're never exactly the same. So I think what the form of Homeric epic is constantly doing is running audiences through a simulator on how to engage with epic, which is that we are the external frame, the epic's the simile, and at the end we're supposed to step out again and look back into it. And one of the things I suggest, and so speeches work that way, omens work that way, similes work that way. Everything in Homer that invites interpretation has a frame.
Wow.
And the one thing I'd suggest, and it's not just Homer though, if you look at Sappho fragment 16, which is the one, like some people say, a fleet of ships, some people say an army is the most beautiful thing in the world. I think it's the one you love. And then she goes to Helen, and then she goes to Anactoria. She's actually, Sappho, the narrator, is modeling that same type of inside and outside reading, of giving you something to compare your world to, of running through the possibilities of comparison, and then stepping out again. So I think it's an essential cognitive structure of the way we engage with narratives and symbols.
Okay. Man, thank you for that. Intuitively, that matches right up with my, experience also of the experience of listening to music. There's a dynamic input-output behavior that activates, which at once is an exploratory kind of mindset that seeks out, new patterns, but it's also a prescription for how to engage that thing. And once that prescription is in place, I don't want to be too silly, too dumb about it, but, I know how to read something. I know how to listen to something after the internal dynamics of that thing are established in some even hazy form. Perhaps the hazier, the better. But man, I really appreciate Mark Turner, The Literary Mind, and Elizabeth
Minchin.
Yeah. Okay.
And like Justin, I'm willing to share some of this stuff with you too. If you want to email me, I'll just send it to you.
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to mention too, just to go back to some of this ingrained interaction with the world. In my own studies as a musician, I found extensive examples of ring composition in Bach, B minor mass, throughout the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. There are lots of pieces based off of texts such as ma fin et mon commencement, my end is my beginning, and these interesting kind of theistic structures there too. So I'm really with you. There's got to be more to it than simply a way to achieve cohesion.
Well, and so I think actually that's what's tremendously disappointing in the end about Mary Douglas's book, is she sees it just as artifice, right? But I think she's probably a little earlier than the cognitive turn. I didn't pay attention to it. But if you look at some of the cognitive literary criticism, I think people are starting to get there, that there's this, that artifice and device are related as well to the way our brains work.
Yeah, it's the mind and minds in the audience that demand the structure. It's not imposed, by a single genius, and I think I like the way Joel talks about it in that way, is because the emphasis is on the audience. The emphasis is on our natural capacities, or our our unthinking capacities, the way in which we must receive information, and so it puts the first thought on the receiver instead of the performer, so it's a nice alternative to the model of, oh, this is so complex that only somebody who had, a pen and paper and a lot of time on their hands and a huge dry erase board could have put together, right? Whereas this stuff does emerge naturally because hearers demand it. Yeah. So, and I will stop talking and let Francis ask a question.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks, John. I thought that was really interesting. I wanted to throw a little little bit of a curveball in. I've been thinking a lot about spiral composition. Yeah, which is something that Norman Austin mentions when he talks about the Theogony Proem, the Hymn to the Muses. And William Thalman sort of talks about it as well. And so this idea of spiral composition as a bit like ring composition, except you've got repetition kind of with a difference. You keep coming back to the same thing over and over again, but it's never quite the same. It's not sort of this perfect circle. It's something that kind of grows and is sort of recursive rather than repetitive. And sort of thinking, you know, about this whole discussion about how kind of ring composition is sort of you know, fundamental to how we think, how we process auditory data, for example. So, you know, the ring in music is obviously, you know, it's sort of primary in many ways. We sing rounds when we were in primary school. Well, I did anyway. And it also seems to be a fundamental part of just general oral discourse. And yet, you know, when we use ring composition, when we tell an anecdote and we sort of end up where we started, we haven't ended up where we've started. We've progressed. We've ended up somewhere that is slightly different, and we can only tell that it's slightly different because we've returned to the same point, and we can sort of tell that we've come somewhere. And so I've been thinking of the spiral as this sort of a form that combines that perfection of the circle and that idea of repetition with the idea of growth, and the line as taking you from somewhere to somewhere else through a process of kind of recursion. So I'm afraid this is sort of turning into more a comment than a question, unfortunately, but I just wondered sort of what you felt about that. And I was wondering particularly in terms of music, you know, when you have like theme and variations, every time you come back to the theme, it's, even if it's sounds the same, it's new because you're different, because you've heard the variations and you're understanding it differently. Yeah, just any thoughts on that?
Absolutely right. No, thank you so much, Frances. That really gets at the heart of a couple of musical implications that I cope with as a composer and musician, but also as an educator, as a teacher. I teach here at UCCS all the music, you know, theory classes. We have 4 semesters. And when we talk about sonata form, I love getting into this part of our discussion in music theory, because sonata form is imminently a situation of departure and return. We're presented with a musical idea, a theme, if you like, and then there's the development. That's how we call that next section. And the development section is where the qualities of the theme are taken, twisted, inverted, you know, stretched out, compressed, to the point that perhaps you almost forgot what the original theme was. And then the recapitulation in a sonata is that point that we get the music that was introduced and the exposition returned, very often in the same key, in the same place, on the piano as it was when we first heard it. And I at first like to comment that this is a dynamic of departure that sources a very aspect of our human being, but it's not quite as straightforward. And it's just as you say, after that development, and we've almost forgotten about the exposition, when we return to when we get to the recapitulation, returning to that opening material, we're quite different. We've actually gone through that miniature adventure of the development section along with the performer. And we've explored sonically different areas than we would have had we never had that explorative development section. So by the time we get to the recapitulation, it's just as you say, we are effectively different. So it's kind of a ring composition on a couple of levels, but more of a spiral is the way that you describe it. At least I would call that more of a spiral composition, because we actually accrete being over the course of that experience of listening to music, or of the sonata, or of reading the Odyssey, or any of these really palpable ring compositions. I've always been fascinated that Beethoven's self-proclaimed favorite musical form was the theme and variations. Towards the end of his life, Mozart's self-professed, favorite form, and we see it all over, is the rondo. And the rondo is just like that spiral situation that you described, where we're presented with an idea, and then a second idea, a new idea, perhaps unrelated. But then the initial idea comes back, but then another new idea. So we have this alternation between first idea, new idea, first idea, another new idea, first idea, another new idea, as though we accrete, or as like a spiral, loop in dimensions of experience as we progress along this kind of temporal experience, I guess. Gosh, I feel like I could ramble on about that, but your question really gets to it, because it's not that we ever simply return. We're never tabula rasa back to the point that we began. We're always having increased our being or accrued experience, or however we can put it, we've changed. And that change, for me, as in music and in Homer, is really the name of the game. This is what gets me so excited. Every time I read a new translation of the Odyssey, I'm a different person, and I think a better person, if I can say so. Thank you so much, Francis, for that question. That was good.
No,
I appreciate that very much.
Very, very interesting answer.
Thank you. I hope I at least addressed, if not answered.
Yeah,
definitely.
Thank you, John, for such a stimulating paper. I got a lot out of it, and I'll be sending you some notes. So I believe the tyranny of the clock is upon us, but I will now, everybody give John a hand, and I will turn it over to Effie for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Justin.
Wonderful. Every time a Kyklos finishes, I feel so much wiser than few hours earlier. I loved your paper, John. I didn't have the time to comment on, but I loved your paper very much, and all the comments and everything that they have been said already. And Francis, your contribution is indeed, remarks are excellent. I just want to say something to Joel, actually, because the Homeric simile are something which are always, I'm always very intrigued by the Homeric simile. And I think instead of thinking about them as coming back to whatever we were, or even if slightly different, as Francis and now Joe, have pointed out, I think the Homeric simile does not take us back, because the simile really destabilizes us completely. It's another world. It's not the narrative, if you like, that we are used to listen to. And there is something, it's sort of, I always thought it's a sort of invasion. Something else comes in. It cuts through the narrative surface. And there you have a different world. And with my students, I try sometimes, or not sometimes, all the time, to try to find where are the points of connection with the other narrative. And sometimes even the points of connection are so not there, are so ambiguous, that I'm always struck by the poetic genius of Homer, to introduce something which is completely different, to destabilize what is going on, and then, of course, close it up. He closes this thing up, but then carries on, and it's like having something which was very strong and completely unfamiliar. So in terms of the simile, I think we lose the familiarity of the rest of the text, but perhaps I'm carried away now with my very special, if you like, how can I say, amechania, like when you are not familiar with, you are not at home with something. Okay, something that really destabilizes you. But yeah. Now it's time to conclude this beautiful online conference. And as I said just earlier, I feel that I'm much wiser now in terms of the Homeric poetics. And if I go very, very briefly over what we have learned today. I begin with Francis. Francis, you were the first one. And honestly, I truly enjoyed your your destabilization of the certainty to poetic stability. I truly cherish that from your contribution, and I'll remember it. And Elodie, you did a beautiful performance. You read beautifully the passages. We forget sometimes the music and the rhythm, and you brought it up. And thank you ever so much for that, along with the, you know, the alternative of the female, the female
Kyklos.
the heroic chariot. And then we moved on to Yuki with the complexity, of course, of Athena's presence to either epics, and that was wonderful as well. Federico started with Neoptolemus, and it set everything in motion, because after Federico, an excellent paper, we had Luca and we had Christos. And after Luca and Christos, I will never read the Odyssey again without having the Oresteia in my mind. So now you spoiled everything, you know, spoiled the Odyssey forever for me. But thank you ever so much. You did a beautiful job, all of you, Federico and Luca and Christos. And of course, Vasya. Vasya, honestly, I didn't know that he had so many sons. You have made this point of the validity of other traditions alongside the canonical tradition of the Odyssey, very clear, and that was extremely useful, along with Manami's doubts or, you know, ambiguity of the ambush as an heroic action or non-heroic action. Is it heroic or non-heroic? Let's think about it. Heroic in the Odyssey, perhaps, non-heroic in the Odyssey, in the Iliad. What happens in Apollodorus? That's in Apollonius, sorry. That's a very interesting frame of thought that you brought us in. And finally, last but not least, John, with all these beautiful things, I would never think that Chiasmus and Hysteron / Proteron composition or nautological device would be so interesting. I will never again encounter any of this without thinking of what you have pointed out so beautifully. As for the underlying the meaning or changing the position of what we have just experienced few lines earlier. So all in all, everything was wonderful, and I always think that, as I said, it's a treasure to listen to you. But I would not go without the amazing contribution of all the respondents. We start with Josh. Josh, thank you ever so much for everything you have done and said. Menelos, who is not here, unfortunately, because he had to leave. Elisabetta, you did a very good job. Of course, Greg is not here to mention his very brief but very important presence. Joel, thank you ever so much for accepting that and for giving us all these beautiful and rich ideas every time that you responded to the papers. And of course, my helper and my co-director this year, Justin Art. Justin, this is the end. We did well, I think.
I think it worked out.
Yeah, I don't know what you think, but I thought it was a beautiful gathering, get-together thing. People from all around the place. I always think that's beautiful. You bridge Japan to America, and in the middle you have Europe. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see you all. It's wonderful to listen to what you have to say about the Odyssey this time and the Greek epic cycle. I haven't thought of the new theme for not next year. The Kyklos is taking place every second year. But we'll discuss that with Justin. You know, I'm very much into reception, so I thought perhaps the cinematic aspects, perhaps, of the Greek epic cycle would be something that I would be very interested in listening to. But we'll think about that. You have we'll announce the new Kyklos in after this year expires. But before that, you as participants, you should revise your papers according to your respondents' comments and whatever has been said and discussed in this gathering. I stop talking because perhaps some of you, or I don't know, would like to comment or to say anything about this meeting today, or anything of, commenting on the experience before we say formally goodbye, good night, or good morning, or whatever is, the time zone of your country. The floor is open to everybody. This is what I meant to say.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to Effie and Justin, and it's been really nice meeting everyone. Yeah, please stay in touch. I think we've all got each other's email addresses on the emails, but yeah, it would be really nice to keep chatting about stuff. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Francis. Thank you.
Yeah, just follow up on Francis' note and say thank you to each and every one of you for the attention and the beautiful discussions for each paper. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Federico, for your contribution. It was a very, very nice contribution.
I can say too that I'm really grateful for this experience today. It was very interesting, and I think that at the end of the day, we are really not the same, like you said.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
the Kyklos is really going forward. So if we think of this wheel chariot, we can now, with all these great ideas we had today, we can go on in our research, and like Francis said, keep in touch so that all together we can go forward. So greatly, I deeply want to thank the organizers, of course, everyone present, the respondents, and it was really interesting. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, Elodie. Even your name is musical, Elodie.
Yeah, it misses the M.
Yeah, it's melody. Elodie is very, very, very musical, isn't it?
Thank you, thank you.
So I don't have anything more to say. We'll keep in touch. If you like to send a line, to drop a line, you are very welcome to do so. Your papers will be sent back to your respondents to see whether everything is okay, and then we can proceed with the publication.
Well,
Feel
this has
free to
been
contact. Okay, Joe, yes?
No, thank you. It's been absolutely wonderful meeting all of you. And again, Effie and Justin, thank you so much for your expertise and your time and your care, bringing us together on this important topic. I can't think of a better way, or a way that I would prefer to kind of kickstart my summer a little after, I guess. But thank you so much. It's been wonderful to meet, and I would love to stay in touch going forward. I think excellent.
Great.
Thank you so much.
I thank everybody, Joel, Jos, Justin, Menelaus, who is not there. Thank you ever so much for all the effort you have put into this and your wonderful respondents.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful experience. Wonderful
it's lovely to see you every time we have the Kyklos. I may not visit your country ever in my life, but I will keep.
Oh, please do.
It's not that easy, but yeah. Even if I don't, I'll see you through the Kyklos. So have a good time, all of you. Have a good summer. It was lovely. I'm sure your vacations will begin.